All right.
Good afternoon, Wooly. How are you doing on this fine Labor Day, which we are definitely taking off to commiserate with labor?
Look, man, I was thinking about exactly that because you
Every
know,
year.
Punch Mom's enjoying it, and a lot and family that I've been talking to of everyone's using the opportunity this weekend to do stuff that they otherwise can't do,
Woo, 3-day weekend, Labor Day weekend,
travel,
woo!
etc. And it's like the trade-off for creating our own schedules is that we create our own schedules.
Dude, I have gone through like past 4 or 5 years of like me going to the store and the store is closed.
Yeah,
And I'm going like, what?
yeah,
Why?
yeah.
Why closed?
No,
And then
there's that moment where you're just like, damn, why can't I celebrate Labor Day? And it's like, well, you can, you just
oh,
don't.
you totally could.
You just, and it's like because on Saturday you were planning a stream, but then you realized, oh, there's a monthly tournament going on, so you said, oh, hold up, let's switch it up, and then the freedom to do that also means that you get that as well. So we don't honor the high holidays
I have an
because
absolutely remarkable privilege that I am not taking for granted at all.
Mhm.
Like genuinely, I have a new baby in the house. This is mentioned, but my workspace is a 60-second walk from the baby. I just cross the yard and I'm back at baby. Like my dad would do 9 hours and then he'd get stuck on the Mercier Bridge for 90 minutes.
Mhm.
And that was that. If there's like some kind of poop disaster, which there may have been at some point, I can be there to help with the poop.
But what you have
Dad
to
could not help.
no, what you're supposed to do is be as gone for as long as possible,
Yeah.
returning only home at night to get your slippers, read the newspaper, tussle some hair, and
Yeah.
then head straight off to bed after changing into your nighttime jacket, of course.
Hmm.
And you bring the Christmas and birthday gifts around, but otherwise, Dad does not exist. That's what you're supposed to do, right?
So this is kind of screwed up, and I feel bad for my dad. Luckily for his kids, my dad had crippling insomnia.
Right.
So, like, not so much when you were a little kid, but like, you remember when you were a little kid, you'd wake up at like 5:30 or 6 and you didn't give a shit? My dad was up.
Right.
Like, he was around before he had to go to work. And when I was older, I would be going to bed and he would be waking up from his daily nap that was the only sleep he got. And he'd be like,
Yeah.
you need to go to bed. I'm like, hey, man. And then we'd chat for like 5-10 minutes. So yeah, luckily enough for my family, Dad had crippling, disabling insomnia for his entire life.
That works
So I actually
out.
got to see more of him as a result.
Yeah, on my end for the period where he was around, there was pretty much an overlap of like I'm going to bed like um I'm going to bed around like 8:39 and he's getting in at like 10 anyway type of thing.
Yeah.
So there was just very little overlap anyways. Um we just hung out with the rest of the fam and babysitter for the most part. But yeah, no, it's I mean it in any case, it's it
Oh
all
man.
whatever. At some point that went from an occasional glimpse to nothing, but it is what it is.
You know, you're mentioning your disappearing father act. It reminds me of a video I was watching earlier this week that was fascinating to me, which was if you ever want to find out cool shit, just watch people who deal with like hospice care or
Mhm.
like nursing homes, because old people who are about to die will just tell you anything.
Mm.
And this lady who works in hospice care discovered that old ladies like who are 90-ish now, that the expression went out for cigarettes and never came back is not the same expression as went out for milk and never came back. They have completely different meanings. So I didn't know that.
Huh. Interesting.
Right? I thought it was dad disappeared, right? So going out for cigarettes and never coming back, that's from our era. That's when dad would just bail, right? The boomers and the silent generation, what it meant to them is dad went out for milk and he's not coming back. Didn't mean that he disappeared. It meant that someone disappeared him. Its mom, its mom has no avenue for divorce and no solution to dad. So he went to go live on a farm. He went to go get milk and he's just not going to come back.
Huh. Okay, that feels like it's probably very localized to perhaps a particular community that has a thing of theirs that takes care of their own problems in certain ways. That feels like a very specific regional distinction.
Yeah, I kind of fell down a rabbit hole and finding out that prior to no-fault divorce, the primary solution for women that wanted to get out of their marriage was to just kill their husband.
Oh,
is hilarious.
Or create a religion. You could just do that, and be like, yeah, it's the same thing except I don't have to hang out with that old bitch. By the way, cut her head off. It was wild because in Grenada, I remember a bunch of the schools and places around were just like, oh, here's Grenada Anglican High School or the Anglican Church and the Anglican Park down there. And there's a ton of Anglican stuff in Grenada. And I was like, right, Anglican, what exactly is that? And I was like, oh, I guess it's just another one of those. I'm like, oh, yeah, like Baptist, Protestant.
No, it's not.
I didn't know. Right? And they're like, no, it's actually closer to Catholic than the original. I'm like, huh, okay. Well, anyway, I'm not that. I'm Adventist, but whatever, sure. And like, it was only way later that it was like, oh, no, like, this is all set up as like the fucking divorced energy. The Church of Divorced Energy.
So
high school. The Grenadian Church of Divorced Energy fucking park.
We don't, whenever we get into talking about religion, you always got to remember that, like, everybody, I'm a shitbag, dirtbag atheist. No one likes what I'm saying. It makes it mad. But more than that is that I was baptized Anglican and my mom wanted me to go to Anglican church. And it's the fakest of all the Protestants.
Yeah.
It's the fakest one.
Yeah.
It's like historically documented as being a fake religion. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's the funniest one.
What you have to do is you have to just like transport your modern understanding of people into the past and give it context, right? So imagine everybody who was lining up and crying at the coronation of the next monarch, right? By modern standards, how ridiculous and silly the whole thing is. But I know. But imagine that energy, right? Those people, the fans, the hype ones, front line, right? With the big fingers pointing up, going, "Yay, king!" And they all get together and make a rule set that you have to follow,
bro.
Way back when. Right, that level of energy is the ones that are deciding how do we move forward with this shit.
I remember being I need a time travel machine. When did Princess Diana die? When did
was it 1998 or was it earlier than that?
It's 97. Okay, so 97, I would have been 11, right? So when I was 11 years old, I got into the biggest fight I've ever had with my mother in an airport because she's Anglican, doesn't go to church, but believes all the shit. And then she was bawling her eyes out about Princess Diana, right? But like, it's the biggest tragedy. And so we're in the airport in September of 97, and we were going to go on a trip. We were actually going to go to Bahamas. And she walks into the convenience store in the airport and picks up the National Enquirer off the rack that has the car crash photos and buys it. And I was like, look, I was like, Mom, oh my God,
opting in.
Yeah, It's your fault. I said it
Yeah.
was your fault. Princess Diana died,
Yeah.
which was about as inflammatory as I.
Okay, that's fucked up. That's a fucked up thing to say to mom.
But you get it, right?
But where's the lie?
Yeah.
But where's the lie? Here's the problem. Little asshole shitbag Pat was spitting.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
where's the fucking lie? 100% you are at fault. That exact action right there, that transaction of let me gawk at the fucking flaming car wreck. Oh my god, that's yeah.
God, I couldn't. And like once, I mean, you say that kind of shit to your mom, you're having a fight. Doesn't matter.
It's going, and the more right you are, like the worse, the more damage, the more that's gonna crit.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I just like it took me a while. It was way late in I want to say it was like maybe grade 6 or so before I kind of realized that like most of the other kids had families where like even if they were kind of into following the like royal whatever, or if they're into like church whatever, it was like, yeah, we kind of say we're this, but you don't really care. Like, yeah, we show up for like mass maybe, or I don't know, we do a once in a while religious thing, or like
my brother and sister are, I'm going to use air quotes, Catholic.
Right.
And
Like
they go to mass on Christmas Eve and then do anything they want during the rest of the year.
I didn't understand the concept of like, look, the family knows this is bullshit. We were all just raised this way, and like maybe grandma was devout, but we're just hanging in there and having pleasant holidays. That's all we're trying to do, you know? And yeah, I'm sitting there going like, I don't understand. If the book says this, why aren't you following it? If this is the definition of how we got to, this is really important, and what, you know, because that's Adventist energy, right? It's very much like, no, letter of the law. It says Saturday, so we stick to Saturday. Everyone else is doing Sunday because they're making their own shit up. But I don't get it. Why are we not doing the thing that? And then that was the beginning of the like, oh right, you're actually, it's because we know, but it's just kind of nice to keep things pleasant. Let's just have some turkey. Shut the fuck up. If we say grace before we have the turkey, it's fine. It'll make a couple people happy. Some people won't give a fuck. We'll just say the grace. It's an option select. It's fine. If we don't say the grace, some people will be upset, and others that don't give a fuck won't give a fuck. So why not just go for the net positive? Okie dokie, right? Fast forward to like every elected official has to believe in God, because why would you? If you say you don't, then you upset the ones who believe. But if you say you do, then the ones who don't give a fuck don't give a fuck anyway. So
I don't think I have anybody in my whole family tree that is like they all say they believe in whatever, except for my dad.
They're fucking French, Pat.
But no. I mean, like the English side also.
Okay, fine.
Because remember, I got the two sides, right? The two
the French side and the plantation owners got
That's right. Yeah. They all say, oh yeah, this, that, this. And then they would admonish me for not going to church, and I'd be like, Grandma, you haven't been to church since like the 60s. Like you're full of shit.
You know, and I remember going to my friend's house where like his grandma was like Greek Orthodox, and like she had like all the icons on the walls. And
Greek Orthodoxy seems cool.
It's kind of wild because it's like, okay, we're doing the Catholic-ish energy, but our priests can get married and our priests can fucking get it in, right? And like
Opa a lot.
Yeah, sure. Opa. Absolutely. You know, but most importantly, our priests can get it in, and that should result in a better overall statistical spread of anomalies. There should be less anomalies, you know. But then historically, it's like, yeah, but what happens when you let the priests get it in too much is they collect the tithes and then they give it to their kids, and then we get the Borgias and Assassin's Creed 2. So, you know,
oh man,
that's the whole thing.
Assassin's Creed 2 ending with like a fist fight instead of like a murder, like, is so much more satisfying. You're just like beating the shit out of like a 55-year-old man in a basement. Like, what a fucking spectacular ending to that game.
It was good. But all that to say that family went on to be fucking insane, and that's what happens when you let it go unchecked. I wanted to back up a bit because when you're talking about the going out for smokes thing, I was reading there's a Reddit like what was it? It was either like I think it was like Too Afraid to Ask or whatever one of the subreddits was, like Ask Reddit or something, and someone was just kind of like, hey, so I think it was like everything's fine in my marriage, and you know we're doing okay, and me and my wife or me and my husband have kids and everything. Just every time he pulls in the car from work, he sits in the car for like 10 minutes before he comes inside. Mm-hmm. Should I be worried? No. Is that an issue?
No, you should not. Nope. That is like the most that is the most normal fucking thing.
What's he doing in there? He's just sitting there.
He is getting ready to put on his face for the family.
Yeah. That's great.
That is. I'm about to walk into a house. My dad used to do that. I would see him. It's. I'm going to walk into a house with a annoyed wife because she's been taking care of kids all day. A bunch of kids running around causing problems. But for right this second, it's quiet in the car.
I'll tell you exactly what that is. That is losing the first set and going back to the character select screen, just to pick the same character again, but you're just wasting a little bit of time. Just to let's just chill. Let's just bring down the energy. Let's kill the momentum. We gotta reset the situation mentally, right? We gotta.
So Paige and I were talking about my dad over the weekend, and we figured something out. Like you ever like you know new information, just you needed somebody new to put the pieces together. So we're talking about my mom and my mom's cooking, and we watched some funny video about like an old man singing a song about being mad at his wife for making spaghetti again, and how sick he was of spaghetti. And we're talking like I feel bad for my dad because like my mom is a great lady. She is not a good cook. She's not. She tries her best, but it's not. Right? It's mediocre at best. Right? And so we were like,
still can't believe you're saying this into a microphone, but here we go.
I know. I love my mom. She can't work the internet. It's fine. And we were like, oh, I feel bad for dad because he'd work long hours, and then he would come home and he would have like okay food, right? Very white lady, like not super good food, right? Put some more butter on your rice, right? And then Paige looks at me and she's like, how'd your dad get fat? Because my dad, when he was like my age, looked like me. And I'm like, I don't know. And then she's like, I bet there was some place next to his job. I'm like, there was a really great hot dog place. Like 25 feet from where the factory was.
The Bell Pro, the
LaFleur's. He took me there a couple times, and they had great hot dogs, and they had these giant hamburgers.
The Delalos.
Okay. So dad used to work in Lachine at a big factory, and it was off the highway. Right
LaFleur's? Was it the LaFleur's?
No, it wasn't. But it was near there. It was off, and he would be close to the Mercier, but so he'd get stuck in the Mercier traffic coming from the west end of the island. And I'm like, he could. And I'm in my head, I'm like, he could have gone and gotten any hot dog or any burger or anything he wanted at like, when he'd finish at like 5, 6. And it wouldn't delay him because he'd be catching the 5, 6 o'clock traffic on the Mercier, which would always take him 90 minutes. And my dad loves to eat in the car. So, dude, he was totally he was totally eating burgers and fries like all the time.
That is a 5 à 7 poutine every day. A 5 to 7 poutine, right? Like, because the classic, as soon as you check out, people do the 5 to 7 and they go for their beer or whatever after. He's getting it right in there before getting home, because otherwise where would it be coming from?
And I'm like, wait a second. And now I'm sitting here. Wait, did my dad have a secret place where he ate food that he wasn't supposed to?
Damn.
It is genetic.
Food cheating.
Somebody in the chat asked, why does Dad like to eat in the car? I don't know. My dad loves to eat in the car. Like, you'd go out to get, like, food, and we'd be like, oh, cool, let's go inside. He's like, no. Let's eat in the car. Like, he would just seem way more comfortable eating in the car.
I have associated flavor memories of drive-through bag through the window into some kind of garbage fast food, sitting in the front seat kind of association. That's like a pleasant thing. It's just so I could see maybe there's something there where the context is just like a, you know, like, oh, every time I was sitting here and we get a bag and you're like, it's fun to reach into the bag and have something nice. You know. Yeah, a little bit like that. But
my mom hates eating in the car, so that was always a fun. Man, when you're a kid and you get to just learn, like you get to see a fight happen 15 minutes ahead of any of the conversational portions of the fight, right? Like, oh, we're driving somewhere. Okay, we have driven this place before. I know for a fact that the first McDonald's is too close to get coffee, but the second McDonald's is too far. And then Mom's going to get her McDonald's coffee, and then the first thing she's going to do is pour 20% of it out the window on the sidewalk because she's afraid of spilling it on herself because she read that article about the lady who burned herself.
Right.
And then she's going to have to go to the bathroom, and it's going to be too far, and then Dad's not going to want to speak, and like you just watch the whole thing happen, like even before you get into the car. I can't wait. I can't wait for the little guy to learn that shit with me and Paige.
The car association you can reinforce now as well is also the, like, now you know it's the post-work pleasure meal in secret. This one's for me. Yeah. No one will ever know that, you know, food tastes better when you're eating it in secret in the car on the Mercier Bridge.
Yeah. Dude, I bet steamed hot dogs stuck in traffic on that bridge are awesome. I bet they're awesome.
God. Yeah. I have associations of, like, eating on the street on the go when you're like hungry. It just reminds me of either like late at night getting the like post hangover noodles, you know, with the fucking peanut butter thing.
That's street food. Street food I'm drunk.
Or coming from the arcade, getting a slice and like running to catch the bus, eating the slice quick because you've been playing for a bit and you haven't had any food yet, and it's after work, you know, or after school rather. That's it. Yeah, context makes a difference there. Anyway.
Knowledge is all about asking the right questions. My wife, Paige, she looked at, how did he get fat then? I'm like, I don't know. How? And then you go through the details like, well, there's only one way. We had eyes on him for most of the day.
Yeah. Also, if you do happen to notice when Dad has that moment in the car, let it be.
Yeah.
Let it be. Let that 10 minutes in the car be. It's required.
Yeah, It's what keeps him from driving that car away.
They're gonna say off something. Yeah,
there's a Kevin Hart bit about this in which he describes coming home from like groceries or something and pulling into the driveway and seeing his kids hit the window and go, "Ah, Daddy's home!" And he's like, "I can't do this," and he goes back out for another errand. He's like, not yet. No, I'm just gonna go for one more run around the block.
Yeah, or the other one I think we told not long ago, where it's like, as the family's getting ready to go on vacation and everyone's up in the car, like the moment you shut the door with the kids in the back and the wife's in the passenger seat and you get up to
and you're outside
around,
the car.
That's my vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's great.
Oh, I'm choking
right.
on spit. Oh,
So,
what an undignified way to die.
this week, um, nobody told me. I knew. Everybody told me that I would love Armored Core, and I knew that I would. I knew that I would, but nobody told me that Armored Core would make me feel like I was airbrushing my gunpla on a Sunday morning. Just
You were
putting
high. Everyone told you that.
I mean, the customization elements and then going out and testing them out in the gameplay aspects were always the bit, and I know you could go in, but like that vibe is very chill.
You get
very,
128
very chill
layers.
vibe.
You can do all sorts of stupid shit.
It's a very, very chill vibe.
You gotta dress up your dolls.
I appreciate the dressing up, and then the just the rotating and the looking at it, and putting some paint apps over there.
I will say that it feels incredibly intimidating to watch people like. I spent a couple hours like fucking with color channels and being like, I want my robot to look pretty, and then I see people like kitting out their fucking robots with full body like anime decals or like like writhing flames that are crawling over one with gradients, and I'm just like, I don't know how to do that. That seems really hard.
It's also funny because I remember when my roommate was like showing me a bunch of the older games, and then like I had this moment before and I kind of forgot since it's been so long, but I also always assumed that the game, like the overall controls were more in depth and complicated than I thought they were, in the sense that like I thought there was a ton more like specific things you'd be doing, fine tuning and such with overall what you're capable of and moves and so on. But it seems like there's a couple things that you unlock, like quick turn or whatever. But,
it's fairly limited.
But it's for the most part, it's just like, here's your 4 weapons, here's your boost, here's your dodge boost, and then you go up, you go down, and like I think of like Jehuti having fucking a million things off the default and then switching to each other arm, and then like the amount of things you can do playing fucking around with Jehuti in the lab, for example. And I kind of like, and I was expecting to interface with something that you had to learn that much in depth, but you really, really don't. Every time you do a build, it's very quick.
I would like to stop this conversation very briefly. I just got a piece of breaking news from friend of the show, Dad Asana, who had the following thing to say, which I agree with. Quote, anytime Wooly says nobody told me, it is always something that many people have told him. I have to agree. With your sentiment that nobody told you. It was like playing with your gunpla. It might be the second most told thing about Armored Core.
Okay. I'm told many things all the time. Sure.
Hey.
Sure. I'm trying to open on a bit of anyway. Here's a fun thing I didn't expect to occur with the fun I was having with this game.
Now we're getting to it.
It is a turn of phrase, I suppose. But yes, a million people have told me a million things, and for my own sanity's sake, I filter out a whole lot of it, because when I used to not do that, my life was worse. So here we are.
To continue on what you were saying prior. Jehuti has 4 million more moves than an Armored Core. And, like, Armored Core's movesets are, like, in some cases, like, strangely basic. So, like, your energy sword that you start with, you swing it twice, or you do a big swing, and that's the way your energy sword works.
Yeah. There's no, like, advanced... Like, okay, the sword has multiple things you can do with it, or it's just charge or don't. So
I think part of the way that this is my own head fixing this, is that like when you think of like Jehuti being controlled, like I'm thinking of the pilot of Jehuti controlling, I would like the arm to swing like this, right? Whereas in Armored Core, it feels like I'm hitting the button that says sword. like in the cockpit. 621 is hitting the sword button, and then the sword is the computerized like targeting system for the sword is going swing now, swing, and then swing again.
Well, let's compare it not just to like another robot game, but to its own developer, right? Compare it to a Souls game where every trigger button is doing its primary function.
How could you say this?
How dare I? I know. But then like the idea that like, but then like forward plus your heavy swing would be a different button, and then backstep into a swing is a different button. And so I thought there would be like all these little combinations of things, per se.
There is, but it's not within the basic controls. So for example, you've got your boost kick, which is a new move that is actually just dash while dashing, and you'll do a little kick, right? You also have doing your regular things out of boost, which like your guns fire slightly differently inside boost,
more damage,
and your melee attacks work a little differently. But then it was recently discovered that there's boost canceling for melee attacks. So when you attack with melee, your arms and your booster will determine how fast and how far you will be going during the, like when you're locked on and you hit melee, you know how you automatically boost up to the target? Like your booster has a function in there that is melee boost. It's literally how far your guy will boost forward to hit people with their sword or their spear, right? If you boost to the side before the swing actually comes out, you'll cancel the whole thing and the weapon won't overheat and you can swing again.
I did notice that. I actually discovered that messing around, like lunging in and then canceling into a boost or so, you can save the weapon from going on cooldown a couple moments like that. There is canceling,
So
there's tech.
Like, it feels more like digital than I expected in terms of like 621 piloting the robot is going like hitting the sword button and then is looking at a bar that says sword and goes no and does the boosters, and then the sword meter disappears and then they slam sword button again.
Right.
Like it is more like piloting rather than controlling, if that makes.
No, and it does. It's good that it keeps it that simple, because it means switching in and out parts like doesn't have. It's very easy and quick to pick up a new build and mess with it and see how it feels. Because everything is going to pretty much do its one function per se, as opposed to like, okay, you have to learn, not just have to learn, but like the horizontal swing, the vertical swing, the stab, the ground stab, the backstep, the sprinting version, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's like, and I like when there's that stuff too, but in this case, the overall variety and I guess the end amount of parts you're going to be cycling between will just be so massive and numerous that you'll be able to
there's a lot.
The exact one you want to feel. But yeah, no, that's pretty dope. I did go back in after playing a bit and just pretty much spent the time messing around and labbing it and getting used to the feeling of things, and
it just feels good.
It does. It really does just feel good. And it's very stylish, of course. The camera movement and everything like that it keeps movement feeling good. And that's also like what stands out about when like Virtua On, right? When you first sort of play it, the way it feels when you're like sprinting on the ground and then you super boost like behind the barrier, and like a lot of that engagement feels really, really sick.
It gives you the controls and the actual like not just the controls, but the control over your robot to the point where you can do the things that I wanted to do. Yes. So flurry of missiles, boost towards target one, blow him away with the shotgun, auto lock to the guy to my right, but I'm boosting so hard that I slide around in a semicircle and then do the slash before he can even turn to like his turning radius.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's what I wanted to do, and it looks so good to do it.
The things that become stock footage in mecha anime, right? So there's something that you see very often when they have like in Gundam, for example, there'll be like the main suit will boost up to an enemy, do a slash on it, and then boost away before it explodes, type of thing. And like
Yeah,
you
you
can
do that all the time.
you do that exact thing, that exact rhythm, of how the stock footage looks. You can make it like your own fucking anime in your head with that. The missions, we basically, I went, did the Strider boss. That was pretty cool. And like I'm like, I've seen a bunch of like these exactly giant set piece bosses, so you're just kind of like taking it on, and you get a just that giant map as well that you're like, oh yeah, and if you go back in here, I'm sure there's interesting things to go pay attention to, left, right, and whatever.
There's hidden parts. There's not audio logs, but like text logs that tell you more of the story, and there are combat logs, which are basically little hidden encounters around. And the combat logs in particular, once you get enough of them, it'll give you parts that are associated with getting combat logs. A lot of them are really cool.
It's also like, I mean, at this point, it's nothing fancy in video games, but it was dope to be like, let me sneak. When I did the wall mission, I'm gonna sneak up on the left side, take out all the cannons on the wall, take out the main objective in front of it, and then go back to the stuff in front. And when you do that, like on the comms, Walter's like, hey, okay, now all you have left is that, like, the dialogue is changing for which objective you're doing first and stuff, and that's all dope. I don't know how many indoor missions there are going to be, but like
there's a good amount.
Okay,
as long as you include underground as indoor.
Yeah, like close quarters, no freedom to go vertical. So that requires the different builds.
I would
definitely
say about 2/3 of the game are in some form of open space, and about 1/3 is in either a facility or like an underground, like constrained area.
And that led up to the Juggernaut, which was pretty cool.
I hope you have a way to get around the back of this robot.
Yeah, it was interesting to see it be like again FromSoft assist in the fight for the beginning of it, and then all right, I'm out. Fuck you. Deal with it for reals this time. And I was like, oh no, I was talking shit. Like,
I have to say, like, you get to see him on a couple more missions, but even early on in that very first mission, like, okay, you're going to be teaming up with Rusty on this mission. And then Rusty's just like, hey, buddy, okay, we got this. And you're just like, I love you, Rusty. Rusty called me his buddy, and he's going to help me in the boss fight.
There was also, they're like, hey, your designation is Gun 13. And it's like, that's your second call sign. Meanwhile, the mission you just did was some random fucking bright-eyed noob who was like, this kid was probably going to go on to be a mecha protagonist in his own anime.
Yeah, and the cold reality of the world caught up with him.
Yeah. You're like, he's supposed to make it after his team gets wiped out, and the PTSD scars him, and he can then use that to solve the problems and save the world, right? Fuck no. Get Beam Saber,
like,
kid.
He's actually saying shit like, I've trained my whole life for this. I'm gonna get you. And it's like, like, I'm sorry, knockoff Camille Bidon. You have to go.
And meanwhile, Walter's just like, target eliminated. All right, good job. Back to base. Here's your pay. Like, just the cold, harsh, brutal, the shonen protagonist meets the real robot simulator. On that note as well, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, no, after you. Mine's a non sequitur.
No, just and on that note, motherfuckers are out there plugging in their Steel Battalion controllers and doing first-person mods to get the real experience going, which is insane.
I don't want to play that game in first person, man.
Neither do I. It's cool. It's super cool, and I appreciate it. However, I want to see my toys doing the cool thing. I also don't want to get sick, and it's just way, like, it's more awesome when you see yourself dodging than when you just camera side while the thing goes behind you. It looks so much sicker. So I get it, but I no. It's not as cool.
difficulty curve is fucking fascinating because the parts are almost all side grades. There are very few parts that are like objectively better versions of an existing part. They're all just like, oh, this one's a little better than this one, right? And so like as you're going through, the missions are getting much harder. And it's not that your robot is getting better, it's just ideally you are building it to be more in tune with what works for you.
Yes, yeah. I can imagine.
But they start to throw, like, the curve is like a straight line. It's like, okay, here's your fight, Juggernaut, right? And then your next fight is like a approximate AC with good pilot.
But
and then after that is unfair robot.
But I would imagine that early on, because you don't have access to a ton of parts to shop with, like, there is some degree of, also though, the answer lies within these few choices. If you're still having trouble, you need to figure out how to move better, how to aim better, how to handle your boost, and so on. Which, you know, like when you hit that helicopter right off the front, right off the bat, it's like, okay, take a minute here, get used to the system, learn how to dodge.
Definitely have everything you need because you're only going to be able to fight it with what you have on you right now.
Exactly, you know, so there's an element of that too as well, where it's like you might run into that problem, but there's two things to consider.
There's a sequence in which a weird little bubble gun shows up.
I got the bubble gun, yeah.
In the shop,
melter.
and it goes, "Hey man, this is really good for destroying enemy shields." And then you fight a guy who uses the bubble gun against you, and you're like, "Wow, this is really good for destroying my shields."
Right.
And then you fight a boss, and it's like the boss is protected by a big shield.
Yeah, I looked at it and I went, I don't want this thing on my kit right now, but I want the ability to stick it on when the time comes. So utility purchase needs to be made. And I feel like some weapons are like, this is a direct replacement for the thing I currently have, and some of them are, you will need this in a scenario, and when that scenario comes, make sure that it's in your toy box.
Yeah, like later on, there's like, once you get the tetrapod legs, which let you hover, there's a boss that is very difficult and has a very small weak spot, but it has a second weak spot directly on top of its body.
Yeah, you're mentioning, right.
You just hover and just shoot him for multiple minutes. And then I've gotten far enough into the game in which it did something that I'm absolutely thrilled about. There's a couple bosses in this game that are just absolute progression stoppers that, like, Sekiro shows up inside this game. One is the Act 1 final boss, and then the other is the Act 4 boss. And it is, like, you fight big bosses, and then you fight armored cores, and then at some point you end up going against what is essentially Jehuti. This is from Gundam Wing. This is not a fucking...
It's not a real robot. It's a super robot.
It doesn't move like your core. It doesn't act like your core.
It should be hanging out with Mazen Kaiser.
The pilot has bigger hair than you do.
Yeah. His art lines are thicker. his outlines are alive. Right. No, that shit seems fucking fantastic. And then I kind of am also just like, I'm messing around. I see like, okay, here's access to like some giant shoulder cannons, you know. It's like, okay, how do you want to play this? And it's like, oh, I like those, but you can't, if you're all for giant shoulder cannons, then you better not miss, you know. So like, because I took out a build where I'm like big strong blast, and then I put an AC down in the training mode, and it's just like dodge, bro. Like,
well, you gotta have your FCS to support it.
Or
you have to shoot them while they're firing so that they can't move out of the way.
Yes. And so I kind of figured out a little build where I'm like, oh, okay, like I got a sword, I got a big cannon, and then the shoulders can pepper them up with some light missiles, and you know, once you get in up close, you slash overshoot.
So what's interesting is that one of the conditions that I had not considered prior to playing the game is that. So you mentioned like big shoulder cannons. There's some big bazookas, like really huge bazookas. Dude, you're walking into a mission on some of those bazookas with like 32 shots.
Yeah, the
Like,
ammo running low. Yeah, that I remember
like
from
that
back in the
is
day as well.
that is
Ammo's a problem.
real low.
Not every mission's gonna give you the reload, right? That's it. And then of course, like I just this morning I saw that clip of fucking Armored Core Revengeance.
Yeah,
Where,
purge your fucking weapons.
yeah, so like is what's the button for that? To just like drop them off?
It's hold down. Oh, I forget. Your weapon has to be empty, and I think you go to reload it, and instead of reloading it, you throw it off.
Just drop it off. Okay, that's sick. Is it? Does
but
it affect?
Unlock that.
Does it affect your stats when you purge?
Yeah, it makes you faster.
Yes. Okay. Fuck yeah. Because that's such a cool looking thing. But I'm like, please let it have an actual in-game application. It does make you faster. That's great. Hell
so
yeah.
So the OS upgrade that you get, it lets you go into missions overburdened, like above your weight limit, and over your weight limit you will be slower and you will boost slower, blah blah blah. And I think the intention is that you load up on some fucking monstrosity of like just power weapon and then run out and then throw it away.
That's
and then
it.
just now you'll be
Drop
faster.
that shit.
I found no use for that at all. That seems like
swag.
It seems like it would be way stronger in multiplayer than it is in fucking the missions where the missions are going to go for a while.
That it like obviously it's a desperate moment at the end of the fucking fight when nothing is left anyways and you have nothing to lose but the weight that's holding you down with, right? If you're going out, go out properly, go out in style, go out swinging. That is awesome. Very, very cool.
When I was playing last week, I was talking with the chat, and they were asking me if I was going to do New Game Plus. And I'm like, why would I do New Game Plus? And they're like, because New Game Plus has more missions. And more story.
Mm-hmm.
And new parts.
Mm-hmm.
And different bosses. And so does New Game Plus.
Yeah. I've caught the lowdown that
damn.
I've caught the lowdown that this is not a hit the credits you're done situation. This is a like make your choices, get your ending, and then play it again and see the new shit that you didn't see, and then play it again and see the even newer shit. So.
Yeah, because there's definitely a major path divergence, middle of the game, and then do both of those, I guess. And then on your third run, there will be a third option instead of either of those.
Mm-hmm. I guess my only curiosity is, like, are we talking about, like, extra context on the complete story, or are we talking about the story's continuing a la Nier, you know?
I believe the story changes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because I know the final boss is different on each run.
Okay.
That's like, that seems cool.
Fantastic.
Like, yeah. So Rusty, you know Rusty? You know his insanely cool spinning sword thing?
I just saw him for that one moment.
Okay, so he's got like a fucking Darth Maul lightsaber as his sword. And the attack is like it spins in like a huge combo.
Okay.
Right? And I'm looking at that, I'm like, fuck. When do I get that? New Game Plus is when you get that.
Oh, okay.
you don't get it at all.
Like a Captain Levi role.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And
yeah.
It's like shit.
Nice.
I want it. Like you'll beat all the mechs in the versus mode, and you'll get their data, and you'll go to load them, and they'll be like parts not available. For like almost every single core that you actually fight in the arena, it'll say parts not available.
Are there interactions like if two swords beams slash at the same time? Do they no? Okay.
No, you will hit each other.
Okay. Are there legs that interface with like surfaces and walls at all? Like
the treads will roll over shit. And
but like you can't get like the quads to like land on a wall or anything like that.
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
Yeah.
Treads are weird because since you're actually on the ground with tank treads, the game treats it seriously, and so like you have really weird wide turns.
Mm.
But boy, you can make it heavy. You can
Yeah.
make that thing heavy as fuck.
I like the little nimble like jumper legs too. That seems like you can
That's what I've been using for 99% of the game is reverse
boost
jointed
saver,
legs.
mobility, and just like it seems like
So
you can
they're worse than
set up
regular
some good
bipedal
shit.
legs, like on every like numerical metric.
Mm-hmm.
You can't you can't have as much shit. They have less HP. They get staggered more easily. They're not as fast, but they jump 4 times higher. And when you do the boost to the side instead of a little hop, it's a massive leap to the side.
Right.
And
okay.
that one change is like, oh yeah, no, I want that.
Yeah.
I want that big jump.
The I can see that there's some stuff, some types of builds I'm curious to try out, but it's like, hey, you literally don't have the engine for this, the generator, or the, like you got to get lighter legs, or you know what I mean. You're gonna have to play with the bits and pieces, but up front, it's like weapons are the priority. That's gonna change the most about how things feel.
No,
and then really
legs is the priority.
really
Everything on that robot is defined by its legs.
huh.
So reverse joint is going to be light. You're not going to be packing that thing with tons of high-end weapons. It's going to be light. Bipedal legs, and then tetrapods, and then what do you call it? Tank treads. That's going to determine your total carrying capacity, and then that'll determine like it goes legs, then weapons, and then you're going to fill out the rest of your guy after that.
Okay.
With some little details. Each part has each part has a bonus feature that is hidden in the stats menu. So like head determines how fast your scan comes back, how long it lasts, and how far it goes.
But I guess like if you get like, for example, I tried out some weapons that I didn't really like the feel of, not individually, but like they didn't mesh together. So like if you have a bazooka and then you've got like I had like, let's say, a bazooka and like a shotgun, and then you have the missiles that are doing the pincer attack that take too long to really do anything. And it's like I kind of tried to build up.
Tried that exact thing for a little bit and did not like it either.
I didn't like it, right? And so I'm just like, well, whatever mobility options I have, every one of these trigger buttons is just not synergizing with the rest of it.
They're all different ranges, which is the biggest problem on that. And you can't get a good FCS that actually covers all 3 ranges.
Right, I haven't tried out the different FCSs, but the overall thought is like, oh, well, okay, step 1 is like, what weapon are you swinging around? That needs to work with what else you have, and then
you could
I
do
would
it that way.
And then I'm
you could load up on the guns you want, and then find a leg that would
support and
accommodate it.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm thinking about it, And
when the tetrapods is such an huge weight increase from regular bipedal legs. It's like double. Like you go from, oh, I don't know if I can equip it, to like, yeah, no, you can equip it. Yeah.
So
no problem.
Just dicking around with the test loadouts and stuff. Like I said, I kind of was like, okay, I can see here, like I have a rhythm that works, which involves some big charge shots, a lot of dodging, peppering with the missiles, disable, slash, right? But I noticed that like, oh, well, this works, but sometimes I get up real close and then my calculation on the slash ends up going right past the enemy, right? I'm like, oh, shit.
I boosted too hard,
or they were moving left and I was slashing right, and then we kind of went, wow. So, and I'm open. So I'm like, this is a point where I would like then I'd be like, all right, with this style, let me get some legs or some boosts that'll allow me to cancel out that momentum and like change tactics when I see I'm overshooting it, or tighten up on the turn, for example, or something like that.
The further I've gone into it, the more that I have realized that the secondary, so there's the look at your stats on the thing, and then there's open up the big menu to really see your stats.
Yeah.
So I mentioned scan, but arms have a hidden one that's of vital importance. So there's firearms specialization, which is the one that the game surfaces to you, which is how accurate is a gun being fired from this arm going to be? Higher number is better, right? Really important stat.
Does it affect deflecting at all, or is it just
No, it's
hitting?
Accuracy. It's
Okay.
lock on time.
Okay.
With the arm. Like, how long does it take to get to the lock on?
Okay.
But if you open up that big menu, there's actually a second stat that is melee weapon adjustment. And that is a damage multiplier on melee weapons using that arm. And 100 is normal. And anything above 100 is more damage. Anything below 100 is less damage.
Some arms modify just because they're swinging.
Yeah, because they're made for melee. There's an arm set called Basho.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that the? Wait, am I just reading that incorrectly? I forget. It's the ones I'm
is
using.
It literally
right
called Basho.
Yeah, they're Basho.
Oh my god.
The Basho arms. Hey, guess what? They have a melee spec. They have a melee spec of like 145. I put them on, and I basho them motherfuckers with my hand. So there's that, and then your booster. Someone in the chat said it perfectly. There is a difference between a good booster that's really fast and useful and energy efficient, and a good melee booster. Because a good melee booster, the dash during when you hit the melee button can be like twice as far.
Okay.
So I have a melee booster, and I have the Basho arms. So when I go to swing, I fucking swing.
Now, when you hold down melee on like the sword, it does a boost of its own, right? So are you?
So the way that works is if the boost coming off your mech for a melee does not happen unless you are target locked. If you are target locked, you will do a melee dash. If you are not target locked, it will just swing right in front of them. It's not about holding it. Holding it gives you a different move.
The boost is just for locking on. Okay, I see. Yeah. Does it use your boost meter to do that melee boost?
I don't know.
Is it free? Is it free?
I don't know. Is it free? It does a little bit.
Okay. But less. Okay. It's efficient.
And you can do it with no energy.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to fuck around with that. I also want to fuck. I want to fuck around with the ability to, like, less boost but big hover. Hopefully, I want to maybe a build that can be like big hover and then death rains from above style. Just unleash the missiles.
There's
Etano Circus that shit.
There's a lot of little tiny pieces that end up adding to a lot. So the kick that your robot can do is really good. It does way more damage to staggered opponents, but it's also really good for staggering opponents. The damage it does depends on your weight. It's not your legs. It's how heavy the robot is, because you're boosting and hitting them with your robot.
Of course. Yeah. That makes sense.
But I have a build right now. I ran it for most of the game. I have 2 melee weapons on my left arm. So if you get the shoulder expansion, you can trade out like missile launchers off your shoulder for just other hands.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
So you can have, you wouldn't be able to, you can't fire them off your shoulders, right? But you can switch them.
But you could. Hold on. So the extra arms serve to hold any other weapon that you can normally hold?
On the build that I ran for chapter 2, 3, and 4 was I had a shotgun in my right hand. I had an energy sword in my left hand, right? On my right shoulder was a slightly longer range machine gun that I could switch to if something was a little too far away. And on my left shoulder was the pile bunker. And so what I would do is I would run in and shoot with the shotgun until they were almost staggered. Then I would stagger them with the laser sword. And in the stagger animation, I would switch between the laser sword and the pile bunker. And then I would fucking pile bunk the shit out of them while staggered.
And when you switch, your cooldown is fresh?
Yeah, the weapons have separate cooldowns.
So you're good to go immediately on the first stagger moment. Okay, that's what okay. Yeah, that's worth dedicating a shoulder to. Like a weapon rack, that's fucking sick. Nice.
It's good. I like it. I hit it.
Yeah.
You can also, like, the really enormous minigun that has to cool down after you.
No, I have not seen that yet, but I was hoping to get one. I want to like Doom style, just.
So that thing has a cooldown period. Like it overheats and turns red, and you gotta chill it for a second because it doesn't reload. But you can put it on your back on your shoulder and just shoot anything else while you wait for it to cool down.
Cool down, yeah. I want my heavy arms build for sure as well. Yeah. And you know what I'm really happy about is that this game is fantastic for on-stream, off-stream. There's a lot that you can do.
Every mission and get all the... Because getting the combat logs is really hard.
Yeah.
There's in particular... I mean, I did do it on stream, but I was sitting there getting ready to just give up. Where it's a mission of, like, do the whole mission, but if you go out of the way a little bit, you can fight a very tough mercenary armored core off to the side, who is harder than the rest of the mission combined, and he has the combat log, so you have to go kill him as the first thing, and then do the rest of the mission with the pitiful fucking repair kits you have left, and there's no checkpoints.
So I had that on the mission where you have the two guys that are talking shit about you early on, and like there's a dude off to the side that's like,
damn mission.
The
damn mission.
Yeah, exactly, right. So
so usually what happens is you go fight the combat log guy right away, and then when you get to the checkpoint, it'll save and it'll go, okay, this checkpoint includes you having gotten that combat log. But some missions have 0 checkpoints. Some missions are like short, but they're not. They're just really hard.
Yeah. That's cool. And you have to let that weapon fucking let your ammo survive both fights. And
for me, it was the health. It was I would go out and I would beat him. And I would use up like all 3 of the health kits that I came in with. And I'm like, I got to do the whole rest of the mission with no healing.
I would like to imagine a mission where, like, by the time you survive the optional boss and then you make it to the end, you have nothing left. So you just have to punch the last objective building until it blows up and then get out of there, But yeah, no, it's perfect for off-screen, on-screen because you can progress forward with the story very easily, and seems to be a good amount of it as we've been discussing, and then off screen replay that mission, collect what you want to, play with your fucking toys,
yeah, like so I burned through like the C, B, and A ranks in the arena off camera, and there's only one thing that's wrong with the versus mode, like the arena, and that is that the arena in Armored Core 6 is using pilot data, and you're fighting them in a box like a fighting game arena. The real pilots are like 100 times stronger than their versions in the arena, which is like kind of a nice detail.
Okay, is it like the difference between, let's say, a Souls boss AI pattern and a Souls NPC AI pattern?
Kind of like that.
Do you know what I mean?
It's
sometimes
like the real thing versus the imitation.
Right, like sometimes when it loads in like an NPC invader, the way those fights can be like way harder in some instances just because of the way the behavior is.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to be fucking playing with my toys.
It's very much dolls. It's like yeah, look, I'm gonna go woo woo. Like, I just shoot the robot, man. Come on, do it. It's great.
Meanwhile, over in Baldur's Gate 3, played a little bit more. Hit the Emerald Grove.
Before we talk about Baldur's Gate, can we take a 2-second break so I can use the washer?
BRB. Right. So, excuse me while I chew.
What'd you having?
Some chicken. Punch Mom went out to the Acadian, New Brunswick area, and there's some chicken out there that's pretty good, but only in New Brunswick. And she brought some back, and it's fucking great.
That's too far to go get chicken.
It's good chicken. Dixie Lee, it's called. It's good shit. So got to the Emerald Grove.
Yeah.
And just kind of, hit that interface a little bit. Learned some of the ropes. It's funny because as you called to be like, hey, disadvantage is the worst of two dice. We just figured that out, right? Mm-hmm. And thus advantage is the best of two dice, and so on. And,
which is incredible. Which is amazing.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. It's a lot. There's a lot going on in the system, and there's a lot to get wrong, and there's a lot to not to kind of like to read on about, which definitely I'm down to do. I just I hope it's not like too much of a fucking like wall when it's like, okay, let's just check out what this word means. Okay, cool, that's what it is, and then you're like, all right, go next, So yeah, but it is fun as well, because I'm trying to look at situations and like see like, hey, is there something I can use here that'll be like an unconventional solution or something fun I can apply to the situation. But in some circumstances it's kind of like, okay, so right, you're also trying to memorize like the difference between so I'm learning like how my monk plays, for example. And there's the key that you're kind of using, and then it took a minute to kind of like go into some of the stuff with like how Shadowheart plays, and I guess each character is going to teach you a bit about each class and how to use them. And
no, the game's not going to teach you anything. That's kind of this.
Not teach. It's gonna, but like it'll give you the different characters are going to give you different exposure to different classes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if you happen to play the same class as one of the NPCs, then you'll already be familiar with it. But otherwise, here's your here's what it's like if you're playing as a mage. Here's what it's like if you're playing as a barbarian, etc.
One of the it's gone. Never mind. So you got to Emerald Grove. It's gone. You got to Emerald Grove, and I don't know how much time you spent there, but did it... Like, one of the things that hit me when I went to Emerald Grove was like, oh, look at all these NPCs milling around. No. It's look at all these characters milling around, because every single person in that entire fucking town is voice acted with dialogue and things to talk about and things for you to ask about. And and has a real fucking name. Even the kids.
Yeah, we like at one point I like went up a mountainside right by the front gate, and like there was an orc and a dead body, and people were like, "Oh, that's a character that you can actually like talk to and hang out with." I was like, "Oh, well, why are they dead? Like, is it just timing?
You took too long.
It's just time? Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, all right, fair enough then. As long as it's not like, oh, that just happens sometimes. You have to get unlucky, or whatever. And then I guess the other bit to it is as well as like the way you're looting, especially, and this is split screen, is a very interesting experience, because like some bodies are looted, some are unlooted, and when you loot in and you grab some stuff, you're putting them to wares, you're going to say maybe sell some later, and then they kind of get jumbled into the whole list on your character sheet, which the purse and pouch arrangement system, I can see how that becomes immensely necessary later. I couldn't tell if there were any quick sorting options to just group things into classification of like all your
There are. You clicking left on the stick.
Was there? Okay. Because like staring at the open bag, I was like, "Where's the thing I just picked up? It's not at the bottom. Oh, it's shit. It's somewhere in the middle here." Okay, and yeah, there's definitely just a bunch of that, and there were a couple of moments as well where just like, okay, like let's pause, take a break, go get some water, and like Reggie's just kind of like, dude, there's a lot happening in this game. Like,
there's a lot. There is a lot going on.
There is, and I can see it's beloved on the basis of how accurately, like we've been talking about, it represents the freedom of choice you get when you play these things. I am curious how people who are brand new, like I am, going in, are like finding their onboarding experience with it. If you're somebody who, let's say, whatever. Let's say the I have no D&D knowledge whatsoever. If you're just kind of like jumping in as video game, but at the same time too, it is different when you are also like, you've got an afternoon to just kind of like save and load and fuck around with options, see what things do.
Yeah, it's
right.
To people who are just completely brand new, the onboarding is like just there's no rush. Everything's turn based.
I feel as if to save and load while learning and doing.
Oh yeah, like is this gonna function the way I think it's going to function?
Yeah, and I will do a couple of those. I guess I'm a bit hesitant to do it too much, just because I feel like it might be like annoying to watch. If it's constantly in that like just consequenceless thing, but man, there's just a whole lot of choices at all times, and a feeling that like 5 of them are correct, but like maybe the thing you want to do is a good call, but you cannot do it right now, and the moment where you have to go, shit, okay, I had a good idea, but I'm unable to do it based on the system. What is the system thing that I need to know about? Is it because I need a short rest, or is it because I didn't, map it to my memorized spells for this morning? And then a couple things you have to go through the checklist on, and that I think is going to end up taking some time. But the more time you spend offline, I'm sure the more you smooth out a lot of these things,
But you're also like just figuring out how shit works and new things to do, like all the way to the end. Like right now, I'm in the opening hours of Act 2, and in my mind, I'm like, I want to go back and do Act 1 better.
Right.
Now that I have a better handle on just how things actually occur.
And the other thing is, I have to have blind trust that the game's like descriptions are worded as precisely and as exact as possible.
They're pretty good,
because they really are your only lifeline, when you have nothing else to go on. So like there was a moment or two where I was like, oh, selecting this option from the list, some of the options are for throwing the thing, some of them are for just using it on yourself, and you need to make sure that, like, if you absolutely want to throw it, then just go to throw first and then grab the thing if it can be thrown. But I went to throw a potion and I selected it and it just cast it on myself, and I was like, oh right, I drank it. And then it's like, what does it say? And at the bottom it says uses a potion versus throwing this thing, and then there was a bit where I was like, and again, I know that, like, how do I describe this? Like, I know I have my serial overthinking issue that everyone is concerned about, and I know that I'm also kind of like, yeah, whatever, we'll just roll with whatever happens as a result of, zigging or zagging. But so the particular context I remember is like I had a grease scroll, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, you can throw it and it says coats everything in grease, and then that causes things to be slippery, and then they'll fall down and they'll be prone.
Yeah, it prones people. Yeah.
Right. Now, to me, I'm like, also,
including you.
Yes. Now, I would also go, like, I also imagine that, like, this would be a flammable thing because that's usually
Yep.
you toss oil on someone and then you'd light them on fire for some nice big damage.
You're correct. It is absolutely flammable.
Right. Now, when you get grease as an object, it says a flammable grease that you can throw at a thing.
Yep.
But when you get it as a scroll, the word flammable is removed. And I only got the scroll at first, and I didn't get the regular grease until after. So I was like, why wouldn't it mention on this that it can be combined?
The main reason is because historically grease is flammable, but also so that if you use it and then use a fire spell on top of it and don't know that that's going to happen, you will have a fun surprise.
Well, the oil does definitely, or rather the grease object does then say it. I keep saying oil because I also know that, like, I'm like, what if there is a separate object called oil that is not grease or whatever the case, but yada yada.
The main thing is that people are just somebody in the chat mentioned that physics interactions are not described in tooltips.
Okay.
So like there are so like wet people will take double damage from lightning.
Okay.
That's not anywhere in the game
not
other than
right.
when you zap somebody who is wet, it'll fucking get them.
In this case, there's 2 grease items. One mentions flammable, one doesn't. Right. It was fine in the end. And it was.
What do you mean grease item? There's only one grease.
There's a grease scroll, and then there was a thing that was like, was it a grease vial or?
Yeah. Okay. So this is an incredibly like asinine distinction that I'm making, but there's a grease bottle, which is the grease item you're describing, but then there is scroll of in brackets magic spell grease, and thus that is like treated as like a fucking different thing.
Yeah.
So everybody can use scrolls in BG3, which is something I'm not used to. I'm used to D&D games saying, oh, you have to have a certain arcana proficiency or whatever the fuck to be able to even read a scroll. The fact that every scroll in the game is like, yeah, I'll have my
limit you out of
throw down ice storm. Fuck it.
So that everyone can have the fun that the game system allows. That's a good call. I get it,
That's crazy.
A consumable, but still, here's the fun. If you want to talk to animals, but you don't have that ability, well, use a consumable for it.
It's fun because there's actually a lever that is really stuck that my strength character just fucking manhandled. That I later found out that if you cast grease on the lever, anyone can pull it because you've
greased it up. You lubed it up. That's nice. And then like a second bit of like, okay, well, this is just getting used to how game works, is when you cast the scroll, it's going to pop in the location you pick as opposed to like throwing the bottle type of thing. So like it will just spawn in midair, like aim at the ground. Did you know that
dropping items out of your inventory doesn't take a turn?
Wow. Interesting.
Did you know that you load up a character with 40 barrels of bomb and just run them up to something and then just drop a fucking atom bomb on top of a boss
without spending an action?
Yeah.
Nice. There was another moment of casting silence, I think, where it's like, oh, silence is a fixed location, not a affliction on a person.
Isn't that strange?
Very strange, but cool because it reminds me of Transmetropolitan, where you could pop open a can of silence, toss it in a room, and then no one can hear what's going on as long as that can, So it's like a bubble shield dome of like everything in here stays in here. Yeah, it's not at all what I would expect because I feel like, at least from playing it, silence would be cast on a person, as an ailment on them.
Yeah, darkness is also cast on an area instead of a person. Blindness is cast on a person.
Only silence, then, is cast in an area?
No, darkness as well.
Sorry. Okay, so it changes. It's like mixes and matches.
Yeah, depends.
Okay.
So here's my mentality: is you are creating silence.
Yeah.
You are creating darkness.
Yeah.
Versus you are blinding
the person. Yes. It is sometimes like silence is a useful thing to cast on inanimate objects versus specifically trying to make someone blind. You might not. There's other uses.
Like one of the uses of silence is that enemies that have like call outs that would bring reinforcements, they don't work if they're silent. If you put silence on top of mages, then most of them can't cast their spells because spells require somatic components.
But like, would silence then allow you to modify anything that makes a sound whatsoever in that dome? Or is it?
What do you mean modify? Just make it quiet.
Well, anything that is there, like if there's any sort of noise alert of any kind in the game?
Yeah, if you cast silence on top of a door and then smash the door, then no one will hear the door smash.
Right. So that's what that's why you
people
the dome is about.
Were using it to like blow up walls, like stealthily.
Right. And explosions are undetected and so on. Versus just thinking about it as a you can't talk spell, which is the basic of it.
Oh wow! Somebody in the chat says it also prevents thunder wave entirely because thunder wave uses thunder damage, which is a sound. That makes perfect sense. Thunder damage would be completely like nullified by silence.
You're playing with your controller or with the mouse and keyboard?
I'm playing with my controller.
Okay. I also notice
the difference between last week and this week is obvious. Right before the console version came out, they clearly went on a full pass on the controller interface.
We ran into some bugs like on the controller heavy last week. Like
what?
Reggie had to disconnect and reconnect his controller at least twice.
That got fixed.
Okay, nice.
The bug where backing out of the proficiency selection in your equipment also got fixed.
Yeah.
The bug where you have select things too quickly got fixed. Like
he couldn't select anything during a counter, or there was once where player 1 had to refocus on the window for player 2 to be able to move. And it was fixed with a disconnect, reconnect, and or reloading, thankfully. But still, it's annoying. That being said, though, there's still some stuff where, man, 2 cutscene conversations happening at the same time is weird. The game is struggling.
The game works in split screen, which is incredible, but due to the reality of a large-scale storyline RPG, certain decisions had to get made.
Yeah, I get it. And I would not have been surprised if they said, wait for the first conversation to end before you start this one. But they just went for it,
One of the biggest things that they added in the patch a couple days ago was Withers' wardrobe. So Withers will now have the ability to remove split screen partners from your party. That was a feature that was not available. So let's say you and Reggie were playing and you did that stream, right? And then you're like, okay, Reggie, I'm going to play this game by myself. Reggie's character was going to be stuck in your party. Not even like in the gang, but like in your party forever.
Grouped up.
Because I think the idea of building that was like, well, why would you play the split screen session without your buddy? But now you talk to Withers, and Withers will shove that dude in the closet, and you get your full 3 party slots back.
Nice. That's useful. It also feels as if some of the way you can split screen to conversations and like some of that jankness is also in service to effectively allow a competitive multiplayer version of the game. It feels like it seems as if
what you mean?
It seems like you can play this game in a way where you are playing it at the same time, but you're not necessarily playing it together. You can race towards the objectives. You can fuck up whatever's going on. You can sabotage. You can be antagonistic.
there's a really good example with Gale and Astarion in that essentially you get a hold of the Necronomicon at some point in Act 1, and Gale wants to eat it, and if you're about to do that, Astarion will yell at you to not give him the book, that he wants the book instead. And if you were playing as these characters, yeah, you could both split up and make a fucking sprint for it and get it before the other one did.
I'm curious to see like what the game does if you stay split up and head in vastly different directions and start triggering vastly different moments.
I will tell you, it will work fine, except for the fact other than you will be running a split party, which is fucking super weak. A split party is like splitting the party in two is less than half as strong as a full party.
And you each cannot get your own group of 4 to replace because 2 are here, 2 are there.
The game would fall apart. The game would just burn.
Right. So it's balanced for you to be fighting as 4 people in the same place at the same time. So that's about it. Okay, interesting. Yeah.
The game assumes you have 4 people in every single encounter ever.
Yeah. So, and I remember that like when we split up, everyone was like, "Never split." You know, that's how things go wrong. And yeah, like we had that little again the content whole moment. But just as for the sake of curiosity and you know how this game is built, I am just I guess like I'm wondering if like story events can happen.
Oh, totally.
You know,
absolutely.
Where you just never meet up ever. And,
not never meet up ever. There's things that are gonna just hard stop you, not in terms of like story or mandated, but like you will not be able to deal with. I mean, if you're really fantastic and you're really lucky, sure, but like one person is not going to be able to beat some of the bosses.
Right. So
like
so player 1 can go to Village A and start solving Village A's problems, while player 2 goes to Village B and solves B's problems. But the threats are just going to overwhelm you. Yeah. It's not going to be about the game itself forcing both people to be in the same place at the same time.
Yeah, the reality of like the split screen, the most useful thing seems to be searching rooms,
covering ground,
going to town, clearing out your bullshit, picking up shit, finishing off quests, etc. Not so much, I'm gonna go north until something stops me.
Right. Now, if we were to, like, you know, throw the meme out for a second and create 2 super god characters that were incredibly strong that can handle any threat the game throws at them, right? What would happen if they were to proceed as far as they could then?
The events would trigger as they would trigger. You would hit the second act, and then when somebody hits the second act wall, it would go fucking gather your party.
Yeah, okay. You can't load another map up and go to a different place.
I think it's the same going into the Underdark. It would if you were to hit the load screen, it would either force you to group back up, or it would force the group back together upon load.
I'm sure every long rest as well would kind of serve as a regrouper, you know?
Yeah, it would.
So,
though you can go to camp by yourself, which is a cool little detail.
Oh, can you? Okay.
Yeah. And co-op, you're the companion's approval rating will function independently. So like if Karlach, if you can grab Karlach with you and just run away and just do a bunch of shit that Karlach would like, and steal those opportunities for Reggie to get approval up with Karlach.
Or vice versa, right. Now, relationship stuff aside, the conversations that player 2 has with, let's say, so yeah, Reggie's talking to Asterion, he's in his party, I'm talking to Shart. Progression of, I guess, NPC conversation, non-romantic, is also unshared?
I don't know.
You know? Okay.
The reality of talking to your companions in a split screen thing is very strange, and you can only talk to the companions that are within your control. and I do not know how it works after you pull them from the party or put them back at camp or what have you. The advice from Larian, the specific advice from Larian, is that if you're running a 4-player party, because they were getting the question like, well, how do you deal with the companions when you're playing 4 players? And they were like, don't leave them at camp and talk to them on your single player run.
Okay.
Though 2-player split screen makes this the most complicated and weird one of all worlds.
It is very interesting and odd because like, I mean, obviously the funniest outcome is when you like, whoever forgets first dibs, you steal the relationship, yada yada. But I'm sure beyond that, just in terms of getting people's quests done and learning more about them and stuff, there's also
I feel like the way to do it is to like early on decide, okay, who is going to be your true boyfriend, girlfriend,
right,
forever, and then lock them into your side of the split screen and then just own them forever.
Now that's totally fine as well. Of course, we don't fully know. Like we looked, I remember like we scrolled through the NPCs and just went like, okay, these are probably the people we're going to be seeing. Makes sense. And you can judge a book by its cover, but I guess you'll have to catch their vibes and figure it out as usual. But one problem we were running into for sure is like, because the game is so free on both sides of the screen.
Yep.
You can completely ignore each other, and I had conversations that started where like Reggie was not like nearby to do the listening prompt, and he was like literally just like not paying attention to it, and then he started a conversation I already had with another NPC, and then also went to a chest and grabbed it, and like I'm like, okay, whoa, stop. We have to talk to each other because we're just in our own worlds right now.
Communicate to the person sitting directly next to you.
Yes, and
unfortunately, that's weird.
It is, but like we were running into problems where it's like, wait, did you go in here? Wait, what happened? And then you pressed that button. Oh fuck, right? Which obviously, again, contents, but like having the same conversation because like we weren't paying attention to it or such is like legitimately not great. So it's like, oh, okay, we have to actually communicate properly and not get too lost in our own worlds here, because it sort of it allows you to do it, And well, I mean, I guess in some cases too, you're looking at it like, well, if you walk up to this character or this area, this trigger, who you're picking to go into this moment makes a difference as well. So make sure you can, you're choosing the best approach at all times. But
well, I mean, you don't always know who's the best approach at all times, right?
No. But it's like, okay, I want to stealth up to this situation. Let's grab someone who's great at stealth and make sure that they're the one in charge, and so on. So yeah, communication is massively important if you are doing.
So I will remind you that in terms of being able to pay attention to conversations that characters are not physically present for, if you were to say be talking to one of the druids, and Reggie was, fucking off, stealing shit from somebody, and he wanted to more readily pay attention to your conversation, he could, like, hit left trigger and then select your character, and then your conversation would become full screen.
Yeah, no, like I said, he could listen in, but we did that for, for most moments, but there were a few where we didn't, right? Where I was having an NPC conversation. Like, I think if it seems major, we listen in, but like if it seems like a minor person is just kind of chatting up and then you would have
to relay to him, hey, some kids want me to steal something, so let's go steal it,
or so on. Or like I met the chipmunk, right? Or the squirrel rather, and it was like, you
mean Shadowheart's girlfriend?
Really? Okay.
That squirrel is the performance capture director of the game and Shadowheart's girlfriend for realsies.
Is that also not the squirrel that drops the nut after witnessing the horrors?
No, that's a different squirrel.
Is that a different squirrel that drops the nut? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's different.
All right, fair enough.
So how'd you deal with that squirrel anyway?
Well, first I walked up to it and then did a quick save and then rolled to see what would happen if you kicked it. And
you vaporize it.
Jesus fucking Christ. At which point, I then learned, oh, this is what the Dark Urge would look like.
Yes.
Fuck. That is
a couple of those interactions are free.
Like,
and, yeah.
And that is a like way to like Disco Elysium the moment, right? In your head, you're like, ha ha, let's have a little Nelson kick the squirrel moment, you know? That'll be funny. And then it's not funny at all. It's horrifying, you know? But then it was just like, hey, what the fuck? Yeah, get out of here, you know, Wiggum with the squirrel in his pants type of thing. And then Reggie went back in with his talk to animals, and then we got to actually meet. I forgot his name, but you know, he had the conversation, and instead of the majesty of like, oh my god, you can understand me, you know, Skrull was like, hey, stay the fuck on your side of the turf, bro. And we're like, oh, okay, you know, sure. At which point it became kind of wildly like, it's wild that like, hey, I can be a class that communes with nature and can talk to animals, and just because I can do that doesn't mean that I'm automatically harmonious with them. I could use my ability to talk to animals to be like, stay the fuck out of my way, you piece of shit.
Yeah, man. Just because you can talk to them doesn't mean you're gonna be nice.
Which is incredible, because it's like you're in your head, you're like, oh yes, no, you Snow White, you collect the birds and you feed the deer, and I can talk to animals, and it's like not necessarily that. You know, you can warn animals to stay the fuck out of your way, or vice versa. So, yeah, like, I want to let you know that I'm going to be eating you a little bit later. How you feel about that?
I don't like it at all, actually.
So, that is an interesting amount of freedom you get by turning animals into full-on characters, which is appreciated, because I feel like, yeah, any other video game would have perhaps a single line of like thought to read the animal's brain,
full characters,
you know, or even just a like food, you know.
No, they talk to you like they have different accents than some of the people in their vicinity. Like I remember talking to a bear, and he's like pissed off because some people can understand him and some people can't. He's like, why? You understand me, that guy understands me, how come this dude doesn't understand me? This is stupid.
Interesting. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, and then, you know, I went up and tried to put a plan together that involved shoving a brute off of the cliff.
Yeah, why not?
Then this is where you're like, oh, time to learn not about D&D, but about the game physics. So
yeah,
shove requires you to stand here if you want them to go flying that way.
It does give you a little. It does give you a little.
The little arrow, yeah.
Little arrow that shows, which is insanely helpful.
Yeah, but repositioning yourself might take up some of your movement. So
it does kind of make sense that you can only push people like at a fucking straight angle.
Yeah, yeah. But like, play pool, be careful with it. Don't waste your dash or so getting into wrong positions. In some cases, the pathing was like shitty, because I was like, hey, dash up here, and it's like, oh wait, no, if I just went up and jumped, it would have been better. You know, and so it's like, okay, pathing is gonna need to be like more. Yeah, I'm not gonna trust the system as much on that. I'm gonna just kind of try to do it manually more often. And then I had that moment where down where the Withers crypt was, walked into the trap room. Had everybody miss except for, I think, Shart detected it or so. And it was like, oh, there's one, there's two. I see what's going on here.
Oh, it's the whole fucking room.
Right. And then I'm like, okay, so here's a moment, perfect moment where I'm like, great, I see what's going on. Dangerous room, don't do it. This is how we all get wiped. Now, let's use our tools to see if we can solve this problem. So I have Ghost Hand. Let me summon my stand and see what I can do with it. And then that was like, took a little bit extra long to figure out, okay, when you summon a Ghost Hand, what does that actually mean? And it's like, oh, you're summoning a character that has 3 HP that can move around. It's not just an interact prompt from a distance. It's a little more involved than that. Now, will that Ghost Hand trigger a trap when it floats over it?
if you wanted to, maybe.
Well, you know, and then there were a couple of moments where I was like, oh, can the ghost hand do everything that you could do if you walked up to an object? And it's like, not necessarily. There's a limit.
It can move objects. It can flip switches.
It couldn't interact with the sarcophagus, for example.
I think that's because it was trapped.
Perhaps, and I guess that's where I'm like, can I disarm with a ghost hand from a distance? You know, he was using a toolkit.
Is really complicated. It's like one of those weird abilities that they had kind of trouble getting it to work correctly. Like, you may notice that it's a cantrip, but it has a short rest requirement, which is like the only one that does. And the reason why is because when you pull the mage hand out and it has 3 HP, it still counts as a target for enemies. So if you could just create a new target for enemies every fucking turn,
that's really
it'd be
strong.
the most busted shit ever.
Yeah. Something to draw fire. It's cool how duplicates also function that way, by increasing your defense by making more. But so that was one of those things where I'm like, okay, there are going to be limitations to this. What are they? Because if you tell me it's a hand, in my brain that tells me I can use it to lockpick from a distance, I can use it to loot from a distance, I can use it to slap an ass from a distance, right? Like, whatever the fuck. But what does that actually mean in video games?
I believe it's the sum totality of its actions is it can move, it can scout, it can flip levers, it can move items. Like, it can't hold them, but it can move them, and it can shove, I think.
Okay.
I think it can shove.
Now, will moving the item, does that include like okay, opening a door? Yes. Stacking some boxes?
Yes.
Okay. But and shoving someone off a cliff?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay. All right. Fair enough. So this is kind of like where anyway, we didn't have any lockpicks, so I kind of made a little note, which shout outs to the map being able to name your points of interest. That's very smart, very cool. It's gonna come back to that. But yeah, I kind of am like looking at the hand going, this is where I'm gonna save and load, and I guess like realize what the limitations are, and then go, it can't solve this problem. Well, fuck it, you know. I mean, like, in my brain, if I was tabletopping, I'd be like, use my mage hand to tap that guy on the shoulder, make him turn around, and then use the element of surprise.
Yeah, well, tabletopping 400 billion permutations of actions that are difficult to be codified into a video game. Like, mage hand works totally differently in tabletop because you can just, hey, I would like the mage hand to untie my shoes. Okay, cool. Roll for it. Whereas here, it has to have discrete actions to cast.
That's minor illusion, people are saying. So it's like, okay, yeah, that type of distraction would have to come off of a different dedicated spell for that.
Yeah, minor illusion just usually spawns like a cat. That meows.
Right,
people like cats.
Gotta know that shit. And then also, like, sometimes where you're like, okay, here's Frog Girl, and it's stuck in a cage. And it's like, okay, can you path up to the platform? And it's like, doesn't seem like it on the map. Can we shoot her down? Maybe, but it feels like that might hurt her. And then it's like, actually, no, she's fine. She can drop, no problem.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you just call Lae'zel Frog Girl?
Or whatever? Isn't that what? is that not a thing? Aren't y'all calling her Frog Girl?
All right, that just like it hit. Okay, yeah, I guess.
All right. I seen her called Frog Girl, so fucking yeah, Froppy.
Okay.
So,
I forgot. It's been a long time since I said that. My opinions have changed.
Okay, I didn't invent it. I'm just adopting whatever the fuck y'all are doing. So there's a little bit of just like oh shit, I hope this doesn't hurt her too much or make her fall and break her neck or something crazy like that. And it turns out it's totally fine, you know. So that's another thing too. I'm like, all right, let me not overthink it too hard. But when I jumped from a height that was similar to that, I took fall damage. So that's kind of why I was thinking about that, you know. Anyway, yeah, good stuff.
Excuse me.
Um,
That
beyond
game's
that, yeah, it really it is. I just need
recently
to.
came out and described how like every single conversation of with every single character was performance captured. Like
Wow.
not like the main cast, but like every single fucking NPC that you can talk to is performance captured, and you can really feel it.
Mm-hmm. I can feel there's the moments, and I'll I guess preemptively, I guess, like, tell everybody that it's like there are times where I can feel when Reggie is like, I am overwhelmed by what's happening with the choices in front of us right now. What are we doing? And I'm like, okay, let's take a second, let's look at the rules and let's figure it out, and we'll get there.
I continually have that exact feeling, even by myself. And the only thing I can do is like I need to narrow down the list of things that I'm doing.
Right.
I need to narrow it. So like Act 2 dumps you in a new town, and the new town has like 40 NPCs in it, and it's a whole. And I'm like, I'm gonna look in every room, and I'm gonna talk to every person in every room in the order that I go in, and then I'm gonna go around the outside of the house and see if there's anything that, and like this, like the
Yes.
grid shit is like the only way to actually fucking do it.
Yeah, no, that's it, you know. And if it seems obvious what the thing should be because you're familiar, you're gonna have to think outside your brain for a minute and look at it with fresh eyes, you know. All right, real quickly, shout outs to Hugo Kupka. Shout outs to the cuck made of stone.
Brutal.
Shout outs to fucking just NTRing yourself into a pile of cement dust, bro. No, good shit. Dalmekian Republic area, having fun with that, and the block as well. But it is interesting because I'm kind of like, I like the obviously Titanic block is the fucking defensive options I want, and I love having the parry. But when I'm walking around, you kind of want walking around Garuda. You want walking around Snatch, you know? Just it feels like a more of a utility for like little birds and shitters flying around and whatnot. Like, get the fuck down here, you know. And then when the fight, we go over to it. So,
oh yeah, okay. I'm looking at your VOD right now. Yeah, he is done. He is very done.
Shout outs to Soken on the fucking hitting that revengeance ass, like Devil May Cry 3 specifically lock and load ass energy on the music.
That is Titan. Like, there are two different Titan themes in 14, and this is the third one. Like it's like very much when I started to listen to it and go into the fight, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna fight that Titan again.
Okay.
Like, bow down, Overdweller.
Solidus was mentioning that, yeah, like, you know, this is referential to the previous stuff that was also pretty good.
Like it was so referential that at some point I kept asking where Titan's little RC car was. A reference that made most of the audience watching my show totally baffled. Because Titan in 14 at some point gets into a little RC car and drives around and causes earthquakes at you.
Awesome.
And if it sounds stupid, that's because your character actually has brain damage and can't remember the original Titan fight. Don't worry about that. Point is, yeah, that fight's bombastic as fuck.
So I'm actually curious about an element of this. Because of the way 14 works, you are fighting with a room full of your crew. You got your boys, and then
That's
you
right.
got the big boss.
That's right.
Like, how does it handle scale or rather, does it ever try to scale up in a way that, let's say, the size of Titan in this thing, right? Titan Lost is
Scale's
fucking crazy.
big. Yeah.
Now, I can't imagine a room full of a raid trying to do the floor dodge pattern things would make a ton of sense if they had an infinite desert to play in,
All right.
right? So you need an arena,
so-
which requires a limited space, which means the size of the boss itself must therefore be kind of limited to a degree for the game to work.
There is a really good example of this, actually, with Titan himself.
Okay.
So I'm going to send Wooly a screenshot of Titan Hard from FF14 Realm Reborn. This is how big Titan is. He's 10 meters tall.
Yeah, that
Right?
looks like a FF14 boss. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, then there is the Herator of Crag's Titan, which, let me get a fucking screenshot of that, is approximately the same size in a later part of FF14.
Somewhat
Right?
bigger.
That's the
Little bigger.
Shadowbringer's version
Yeah.
of Titan.
Okay.
And then I would look up Titans. Let me get a photo of Big Titan. And then can I get a photo of Big Titan? There we go. There's okay, there we go. There is a version of that fight in which he becomes much larger.
Okay. Because
And in fact, you can actually see Wooly.
Okay.
He's extremely huge compared to the thing.
Yeah.
But the boss's real body is actually the targeting ring that you see.
in the middle there.
they're actually
Yeah. And then
And because of that, you
Mm-hmm.
can have bosses become 1,000 feet tall or completely envelop the arena on the sides, as long as it gives you this nice little circle to go like, well, this is where you will actually be
the
attacking.
function
the
is
boss.
you're swinging at this little corner over here of the platform. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I'm like thinking about how you have, again, the bosses I've seen where you have a full circle of dodging and action around them, and then I'm looking at what I just did, which is fight a mountain.
like
That was a
like-
mountain.
what I like, for example, in the Nier Automata raid, you saw a boss fight against Engels.
Mm-hmm.
At his real size.
Yeah.
Right? And the answer is you have a fucking targeting ring take up like the half of the fucking arena and just have the boss exist as his big thing off the platform.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So, that was a nice remix, I suppose, to the expected Mega Manning that you're going through right now.
He's big. He's big again. He's bigger.
But I also appreciate.
Biggerest.
I definitely appreciate that it's like, hey, go Quick Man, go kill him and take his power. Hey, Bubble Man, go kill him and take his power. And then the game's like, maybe not so linear. Maybe we fuck things up a little bit and move things around and keep you on your toes.
Really? Him for what? Really? Actually, in this case, it would be Spark Mandrill.
Spark Mandrill,
Spark
sure.
Mandrill
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
That's the third. What? Really? Okay.
Yeah, if you want. Yeah.
Now that you've beaten the Titan, I have like you have now. Okay. You remember when
Don't say
heard
you've
people,
now begun the game.
No. You remember hearing people talk about like, FF14 takes a while to get good, particularly A Realm Reborn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doing the Ramu stuff with Typhon and all that, right? Typhoon, right? And then doing all the stuff between that and getting to Titan, right? Remember fighting Hugo and then having to go to Dalmekia and fucking do all those errands for the town and all that shit?
Mm-hmm.
and then you get to fight Titan as a bit. That is FF14's like exact pacing. Is giant fucking incredible cool ass thing.
New zone.
3-4 hours of busy work.
Okay.
And the level of vitriol that people are going to direct towards any particular sequence is how busy is that busy work. Right? Mm-hmm. So, and the funniest thing is Titan is always the recipient of the worst pre-fight shit. So like the Titan quest in 14 to get to fight Titan is about getting like cheese and grapes for some rich guy. It's terrible. It's the worst part of the whole game.
Okay. Because busy work that is teaching you about the level of racism present in the world feels very educational. You know? Not the same as like jumping into the black market and
you gotta figure out what makes a good knife. I don't care.
Putzing around.
Yeah.
But hey, Uncle is cool. Shout out to Unc.
He's great.
Mm-hmm.
I love him.
I'm enjoying Byron. Yeah.
Like
so
favorite characters in that game. He's super.
Yeah. So and I guess like now like it's like okay when you. It feels like the money is now just being proud souls. Like I'm refunding and just grabbing this, put this over here, get that over there, and like you can fuck up your own like brain like formed habit on your controls. You know, so you got to be really careful with that when you switch things up or so.
I had so I switched out like by the end of the game I was using fucking Bahamut and Odin and I want to say Titan, and what that meant was I was switching them a lot. No, it was Bahamut, Odin, and Ramu, right? So I switched them a lot. I had Phoenix and Garuda and Ifrit. Phoenix, Garuda, and Titan for a long time, like the demo, and then I would switch this one out and this one. And every time I did that was a horrible, fucked up learning curve.
Mm-hmm.
Was like. I remember switching Garuda off was the worst one because I would like go to grab someone and instead I'm doing like the fucking lightning charge.
Oh
shit.
God, yeah, with the circle button, exactly, yeah. I'm foreseeing like basically just using them as containers and going like the first icon will be my damage and like repetitious hits. The second will be my counters, and the third will be my supers, and like that's it. Like you are
use them as containers. That works.
You are now a folder for my supers the two supers that I want. You know.
What if you instead put 6 supers?
Yay, video game. Sure. I'm sure there's this. Can I play now? No? All right, well.
I feel like the game could have solved that by not giving you as many ability points. Because, like, getting all 6 supers is really expensive.
Well, I would even just go as far as to say, like, I think supers should have replaced maybe your semi-priming.
I have a different thing, and I brought this up during my playthrough, and most of chat agreed with me. And it was, I don't think you should be able to equip supers to your buttons at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think supers you should have been able to get 1 super per icon, and it should have been hold right trigger and hit circle.
Okay, I mean, sure.
And then I would have gone into fights with 3 supers instead of 6.
I would have said make them really good, and then pick one to replace your semi-prime ability,
or have it take a bar.
Yes. Take a bar. Yeah. There you go. That works too.
It's strange because you just blow all 6 at once at the first 5 seconds of the fight and and then just wait for them to recharge because the thing you're fighting is probably dead. That's a lot of damage.
Well, we will see. And we'll
FF16. coming out with a new patch in the near. I think it's already out. After I've beaten the game, that lets you change the appearance of your weapon. Something that I was annoyed by the whole game.
Hey, like the goofy purple weird sword that looks like cosplay shit hanging off your back. You want to make it look better in the cutscenes? Well, now you can.
So
Yep.
weird.
Dude,
Like,
I'm getting that.
the weapons are linear upgrades. Like they're always just better than the last one. And so I'm like, why do these even look different if I can't just change the appearance? Because like I don't think the final sword is the best looking sword.
I was immediately bothered by one of the ones we had in between the last one. Yeah, so like shout outs to the delay through once again coming through, patching it while we go. It also allows me to go through World Tour like a Ninja Turtle or whatever the fuck is going on, like
Oh my God.
when the game changes as I play it. I don't mind that. And there's also 2 DLC packs confirmed, as well as the PC version in development. So
Baldur's Gate has been changing very significantly as I've been playing it, and it's fascinating. Like you'll go through the patch notes, and it's like 1,200 bug fixes, and like the patch notes for Baldur's Gate have spoiler tags, which is like really appreciated. Like that's very nice. But like they're adding features to the fucking game now in the patch notes. It's wild.
yeah. So that's all that continues. I also went to an aforementioned Street Fighter 6 tournament this weekend.
Did you win?
I got third.
That's a win.
I got top 3. I entered 2 tournaments actually. I entered singles and I entered doubles. And in singles I got third, and in doubles we also got third. So, there you go.
Third best. Most people suck.
Yeah, it was quite fun. It's like, because we were talking about the dynamic of entering a 2v2, and are you gonna carry your weight or are you gonna get carried? And let's just say Marissa's arms are a little bit tired after the sets we had, but we will let the man speak for himself.
Mm-hmm.
When we get the opportunity. Though shout outs to the new venue that the Air Dashers have, aka the Mad crew, UMAD and so on. There's a spot in Chinatown now that they got set up that's a really cool venue, and dangerous because after tournaments you want to go eat, and when Chinatown is right there, time to just get fat. It's over.
Yeah, we did it. It's time to reward myself. Did I do something worthy of a reward? No. Shut up.
No, I want
internal monologue.
Yeah, nope. Here you go. Here's my 3rd place money. Let's go spend that on food.
Third place gets desserts.
Got to spend on something. Shout outs to Meow, Sir Meow, and Boo came out as well. Got to hang out and had a good time at the event. So, I'm thinking I'm gonna look into how to make this work. But I want to make it out to at least. I know I can't get to the weeklies because of my schedule, but I at least want to go to the monthlies and get more games in. So I might be doing what a lot of Japanese FGC streamers do, and I'm thinking about just grabbing like a camera and like walking around the local with the camera on stream and just having you guys see the experience, and you're like, well, if you want to know what it's like, this is what it is, so that way I can,
you should do that. That sounds nice.
Kills 2 birds with 1 stone, get a chance to make some content while also playing and getting in the bracket and stuff. So figuring out the logistics of that, but I think it'll be fun. I think you guys will enjoy that. So anyway, this week I am it's going to be short. I'm heading out, so we're going to get Tuesday and Wednesday only, and then
those streams better be super good then.
I'm going to do my best, and we're going to do so it's just going to be a short week. We're going to have 2 days, and then we'll be back, of course, next week. So Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is jump back into Bomb Rush, and then we got some World Tour to get through. And I think I can. Crush Pat through that in a decent amount of time as well. I've made some progress with like the characters off screen and stuff, so we can just make moves and get through it. But
there's a point in World Tour where all of a sudden I just like fucking beelined like straight through every single fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get to a point with your character where you're like, no, I'm strong enough. I can just do it.
Mm-hmm. But I also want to like go on fake dates with all my Street Fighter friends. And
I'm a little confused as to why when you were talking about World Tour, you said we can crush Pat through that.
I said passed through that.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I literally
Please
did.
do not crush me.
I don't intend to. That's not one of my tags. That's okay.
I am aware that I am smaller, but I am also far away.
I don't have that tag. That's not one of my interests. Thanks. You can.
It's a wildly specific tag.
I mean, they're out there, man.
Nah.
I remember I didn't know. Oh my God.
No. We're gonna no.
Fine.
No.
Those days.
I'm gonna go bathroom. I'm gonna go.
Those days were long ago. All right. Woolly versus on Twitch. Woolly versus on YouTube. Come check us out for this week's stream. And yes, that'll be it. All right.
He's got his heels ready to go.
You knew where this was going. He knew where this was. If you know what he's talking about, I mean, look, they found her, so, but BRB.
Hey, I found out something cool about water.
What's going on?
So you know how we're like adults and we're supposed to keep hydrated and shit, and it's like a whole thing. We're supposed to have 8 glasses of water, right?
16 glasses of water.
But like every time I'm like, I gotta hydrate, I end up just like pissing like crazy. And like the piss is like completely clear. And it's like, it looks like I'm overdoing it with the piss. Right? And like, so I'm like looking around, I was like, oh, so like your liver and your kidneys can only like handle like so much liquid at a time. So like when it's supposed to be like 8 glasses of water a day, that's supposed to be like for the whole day. Like a sip of water every 20 or 30 minutes. But that's not how I do things. So instead, I'll sit down in this podcast and be like, oh, I gotta have my drinks. And so I'll drink like one a big monster and like 2 of these and then I have to pee all over because I just drank like 4.5 liters of water.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll be like, well, okay, I pissed too much. So then I just won't drink water until 11 p.m. tonight. And then I'll be about to go to bed. I'll be like, oh, I'm dying. Oh, God, I need water. And then I'll like gulp like 4 cups of water. And like, oh, the good. But then I have to wake up in the night to pee. And it's bullshit. I just want to drink all of my water in one day all at once and then just pee normal.
Yeah.
But no, I have to sip. Oh, a little sip here, a little sip here.
Well, look, I agree. It is bullshit that we have to drink 32 glasses of water per day. It's kind of insane.
Feel like that, doesn't it?
I mean, I really just, I wish they could relax with that. And not all bladders are made equal. I got to go to the bathroom every now and then, and there was a time when I was going nuts with the water, and you saw me having to go constantly earlier in the program. Meanwhile, like fucking Reggie literally just never cracks the seal ever. It's weird, actually. But I've come to just learn that like, hey, 2 of these over the course of the day and you're good, right?
All right.
So just mentally, as long as you refill this and get it down, you're fine.
So I have to say, I just saw a piece of very common sense that was in the chat, and it was just drink when you're thirsty. And I think that is a really funny piece of advice, because I followed that for a while, and what ended up happening was I would have 1 glass of water a day.
It doesn't work.
Right before I went to bed.
No, that advice is terrible, and it doesn't work. And I can tell you as somebody who's just reset their entire internal craving engine, why? You can heavily affect how thirsty you are based on what your eating habits are. You can eat things that make you want more water, or you can eat things that make you feel like you don't need any at all, right? If you're dry and dehydrated, and you do things that make you want it, you're going to think about it more. But you can also eat in such a way where you can exactly like feel like you never need any water. So you cannot trust actually at all when you feel thirsty. You have to
like the other one is like only eat when you're hungry. It's like, when I was single and had nothing going on, I would only eat when I was hungry. And what that led to was 1 fucked up big meal a day.
Again,
maybe.
Stupid, terrible advice. Because when you're hungry is a feeling you have, but that feeling can be influenced by what you're doing, and it can be influenced by context that you set up. So, for example, if you're used to eating dinner while you watch something on Netflix, next time you sit down to watch Netflix, even if you're not necessarily hungry, you're going to feel like, oh, but I should be eating something right now. And that can kind of trick you into a false sense of hunger. Like, your mind can fuck with the desire to eat and drink. So only eat when your body tells you is horrible advice.
Here's the thing, though. I feel like I'm actually like. First of all, before we continue, I saw someone in the chat yell out "snake meal." Snake meal is the funniest thing I've ever discovered in my life. A woman putting out videos about how she loves snake meal, and it's like, what's snake meal? Oh, she would just have all of her daily meals in one meal and eat it like a snake. And then she told her doctor about snake meal, and her doctor does not like snake meal. And that phrase, "my doctor does not like snake meal," is like burned in. It makes me laugh every time.
Okay, well, there's another term for it. It's called OMAD, 1 meal a day, and I do know somebody who managed to lose a lot of weight on it and get healthy, but they had to it's dangerous if you don't do it properly.
But like, so I'll talk to like Paige about this. Like, Paige gets hungry and she wants to eat food, and then she'll eat food, and then she won't be hungry for a while, and then she'll get hungry again, right? Apparently that's how that's supposed to work. I don't. Like, apparently you are supposed to feel hunger over time. I've never felt kind of hungry in my life. Like going to the bathroom, eating and drinking and sleep are all the same. You're either completely fine and feel nothing at all, or you're about to fall down tired, or
Mm-hmm.
you're about to die of thirst, or you're about to shit your pants,
Mm-hmm.
or you're starving to death.
Yes.
There's no in between.
Yeah.
Ever. There's
Hit it.
never been an in between emotion in my life.
I will feel nothing and then hit the stop button on the stream, and then suddenly all the damage sets in. It cashes out, and you're like, I am dying if I don't eat right now.
Yeah.
That went away with the shake reset thing, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And because your body's just used to the rhythm that you give it. You know, you can change that. It sucks. The process is not fun, but like. The doing the shake thing I did turn that off and make it like, oh, the gradual feeling that you need some energy right now is coming. What do you want to do about it? You know, you can tell, and then you can make it kind of go a little bit up and then a little bit down. It doesn't have to be this all or nothing.
Like I have to like at 1 or 2 times a day, I have to like really sit and like be like and touch my stomach and be like, if I go to the bathroom right now, will poop happen? And most of the time, I don't know. And this leads to like probably 2 or 3 times a week, me going to the bathroom and being like, it wasn't time. It wasn't time. But then I will just be walking through the house, and Paige has seen this, and she will like roll her eyes because she hates it. I will just go, uh-oh. And that means it's time, and that means I have 120 seconds to get to the bathroom before I shit myself. And then it's time.
Yeah, that's no good. That's a liability. And also, what if you are not 120 seconds from a bathroom?
Well, I can actually hold it for way longer, but it feels like I'm gonna poop.
Okay, well, yeah.
It's like Sonic drowning music. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout outs to latchkey incontinence.
Yeah.
As you approach
So
your
yeah,
front
that's
door.
why I'm always afraid of pooping my pants, because like every poop is an emergency. Like 80 or 90% of the times I go bathroom, it's an emergency. Like I guess people just wake up in the morning and go, "Oh, it's time for bathroom now," and then go bathroom. But like no, it's like a fear. It's like a constant fear.
Okay, well, this is what potty training is for.
No, potty training is so you don't shit on the floor like an animal.
These are connected thematically. These are in the same wheelhouse. One is an ailment that is caused by the other. You know. Okay. Well. In any case.
Anyway, just drink when you're thirsty, please. Give me a break.
What's going on?
Let's see. Baldur's Gate, Armored Core, the usual, the things we just talked about while you're diving in on them. Starfield came out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before I could talk about Starfield, I should, via the FTC disclosure rules and my own dignity, explain that I got the game for free, I got early access for free, and later this week, they're going to pay me to stream Starfield. So, full disclosure, prior to opinions, hashtag technically sponsored. I don't think that I'm influenced by the money dollars, but, I mean, that's for you to decide. Starfield's really good. I really like Starfield. It is hilarious to play Starfield right after Baldur's Gate. Mm-hmm. They could not be further apart in what they want to do.
The freedom versus the chains and shackles.
But no, it's what they've decided freedom means. So Baldur's Gate 3 says, here is the world and here are the characters, and you will have the freedom to do any of these things to any of these characters. Right? And you can silence, you can darken, blah, blah, blah. Starfield does not think that freedom means actions. Starfield says that freedom means space, and not like outer space, like literal physical location space. It is.
Like
It
a
is.
No Man's Sky space?
What's that?
No Man's Sky? Space? Big? Freedom? Big space? Travel?
Something like that, but
Sure.
more like Skyrim with more provinces.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
SpaceRim.
It's less like, what are your interactions with people? Talk to them, persuade them, pickpocket them, shoot them. Where can you do that? Literally as far as the eye can see in every direction, including the sky. Like all the description of like, what is Starfield? How does it work? If you have played a Bethesda game in your life, you know how Starfield will work because it is a Bethesda game. I feel like that is its own genre. Is Bethesda?
I think the only Bethesda games I have ever played are Doom and Hi-Fi Rush.
No, by technicality.
By technicality.
Yeah. But yeah, like, do you want to wander a big expanse and find stuff and talk to people and get things and fill up your inventory and explore and see a thing and customize your spaceship, etc. Instead of your house, it's now your spaceship. Like, it's a Bethesda game, and it's a solid, well-controlling, well-playing, visually good-looking, interesting Bethesda game. That is exactly what it is. It is so much a Bethesda game that I am now finding out that there is how do I put this? There is a gameplay feature from earlier Bethesda games that unlocks with the main story that I found out about and was like, of course that is there. Of course that is there. It was in the earlier ones. Why wouldn't it be there? I am having a blast with that game late at night, putting the baby to sleep on my chest and just wandering around.
Does any part of it, besides Skyrim, feel like Fallout?
Yeah, it feels just like Fallout.
Oh, okay.
You shoot gun.
Okay.
You shoot gun. Also, I will say that it is like I ran into a bug last night where like 20 NPCs crawled into my ship and just filled up my fucking ship. And then when we went somewhere, the quest failed, and then I had to push them down the ramp physically to get them off my ship.
Nice.
But it didn't actually cause me any problems. And that is the 4th bug in 23 hours that I've run into. I would say that the game is more stable right now than Fallout 4 or Skyrim are right now with their unofficial bug fix patches. Like, it is the first of Bethesda's games that you play it and you're like every 2 or 3 or 4 hours you run into, oh, that guy's phasing through the wall. Or, oh, that's weird. That texture didn't load in super good. Like, it works like a regular video game. I found Baldur's Gate 3, by comparison, to actually be significantly buggier in terms of, like, important shit breaking or things kind of falling apart.
But because of what you're aiming for, it's kind of like you can get it. There's going to be parts that fall apart because of how much you can do, right?
Hold on a second. I see in the chat a gentleman saying, okay, Pat is just crazy and lying now. All of my Baldur's Gate footage is on my channel! You can see bugs happening! My character portrait in the game right now is naked! Because I'm an Oathbreaker Paladin, and they never fixed that!
That being said, of course, one is a game with tons of early access as well, and the other is just a quadruple A release within their own internal testing. So, I if I may,
Mm-hmm.
I think Starfield is the first game we've talked about this year
Yeah.
that I'm looking at, and I'm can just say this ain't for me.
Well, I mean, if like the people who
I'm
that game is for already know it's for them because they played Skyrim or Oblivion
Yeah,
or Fallout
I'm
3 or
just not interested in any of it. And if I the parts that I might be, I would be interested in doing it in other places. Like if
Mhm.
I want to get my space exploration going, I'd be curious. I want to go back to Outer Wilds and deal with what I need to do in that, or I want to go to, even well, No Man's Sky. I tried it. I'm good. I don't need to, but I'm
Mhm.
just not interested in anything I've seen. And like, there's so much good shit going on right now, and there's so much like
Oh yeah.
pulling our attention that I'm
Um,
like, yeah, that can come and go to me. I'm fine without.
I absolutely adore wandering around the kinds of spaces that Bethesda has made. So I love that shit. Um, but like it is one of their games. It's like Bethesda games should actually be called Bethesda game colon and then the fucking setting that it takes place in.
Kind of like Ubi games.
Yeah, like this is Bethesda game 7. I think it's 7. But like that's what it should be called.
Now, I am curious about that in the sense that, like, I can see how, you know, Assassin's Creed and Far Cry and all that, like, kind of hit those same points. But
Mhm.
my impression of something like Dishonored is pretty far from the Skyrim, Oblivion, Fallout sort
Dishonored
of.
is made by Arcane.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are they just
So
publishers?
when I so you're thinking so here's the complicated thing. There's Bethesda Publishing and then there's Bethesda Game Studios in
Oh,
Maryland.
okay. Never mind. I'm stupid.
So
Ignore me.
When I say a Bethesda game, I mean creators
Developed. Yes.
of Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Skyrim, 76. No, 76 was Austin. And this. Like not the
Okay.
publisher.
Yeah,
The,
I've never played any of the games they've developed themselves.
yeah, they make
So
the
I
same
have
game every
zero
time.
mental connections
And
to
every
any of
time
that
they make
except
the
for
same game, it improves
shit.
or doesn't improve in certain ways. And I like this one. It's I played it the day it came out for like 8-9 hours, and like 4 of that was just pickpocketing and stealing every single thing I could get a hold of to make money. And I very much enjoyed myself. Um, the biggest the biggest complaint I can make about it. So not even the writing. The writing is very functional. It's fine. It's completely fine space RPG writing. It's the camera during dialogue. So Bethesda has had the same camera during dialogue since Skyrim, where they like zoom in on a character and they become full frame and they look right at you. You guys got to calm it down on the eye contact. Like the characters are fucking staring at you. They are staring at you. Like like they kind of never break eye contact ever. And they are like locked to you the whole time. I was looking at Baldur's Gate 3 stuff earlier, and Baldur's Gate 3 really solves a huge problem. First of all, Baldur's Gate 3 is everybody's performance captured, so that's like a huge step up. But the second thing is that characters in Baldur's Gate 3 never look straight at the camera ever. Ever.
Yeah, I guess they're looking at your
They are
character
always
over the
looking
shoulder.
at your character who is off screen but slightly offset.
What would you say so far is the biggest appeal of the setting?
I like to wander around in space.
Okay.
I stole a guy's ship. I killed him and I took his ship, and then I took it back to the thing, and then I made it my new ship, and then I sold my old ship, and then I put a cargo thing on the side of the ship so I could get more rocks in it.
Okay. Because as someone who's never gone into them, I will say that, like, well, I am still curious about Fallout because everyone says it's really good. But even if they didn't, the part where it's like, oh, you come up out of a bunker and the world is all fucked, post-apocalyptic. How crazy is it going to be? Is like an interesting sort of like timeline setting. Put the pieces in place and let the dominoes fall.
I would like to explore a big place, and there's no bigger place than space.
Elder Scrolls, Oblivion, and Skyrim and such have, it seems as if they're, more or less scratching that same itch, but it is like, here's a large fantasy setting and a bunch of races and dragons hanging out and stuff that you can go fantasy your way through, and the setting itself is a fantasy setting, which if you're down for, then that serves its purpose. And yeah, I guess I'm kind of curious here if there's space, but like if there's any other things that are like happening that are interesting.
Oh, the appeal,
the politics, or the factions, or the story, or any sort of.
Oh yeah, no, plenty. But like the appeal of Bethesda games is wandering around, like and like you would describe Skyrim or Fallout 4 or more like it's wandering around a location. So like that is the appeal.
In my brain, as an outsider, if you I imagine that that appeal plays out in different ways, right? So in Fallout, my brain imagines you wander around and then you run into a bunch of cannibals and you have to deal with whatever the fuck that means in a fucked up, melting nuclear wasteland city. In Skyrim, I imagine you wander into some kind of cult, and then it turns out that there is a horrible like thing where they've been kidnapping people from the nearby town, and you have to deal with that cult in this cave or whatever. What would be the Starfield equivalent of like what you find when you wander?
I mean, so what do I find on wander? In the open world, you find flora, fauna, resources, areas to build a little base. In the generalized, like generated thing, you would find combat encounters that you can loot, etc. You would find little side quests that are relatively menial. You can also find larger settlements in which all the RPG quests that you would expect to encounter are there. So one of the things that happened in the main city when I was playing off camera was that I broke into an ATM machine, but got caught. And then I got a message from one of the police officers that I had been doing quests for, little odd jobs, and I reported to him, at which point he said that I couldn't pay my bounty off. Instead, I was being transferred to a military ship, at which point I was then interrogated and forced to become a double agent to investigate a bunch of pirates.
Okay.
Like an RPG.
Okay.
Like an open world role playing game. Have you played an open world role playing game?
Open world role playing game? Can you name a few?
Witcher, Skyrim, New Vegas, Two Worlds.
Nope.
None of them. Okay, yeah. I guess you haven't.
But yeah, but like I said,
1 or 2?
But I do get the
it's just strange because you asked me a question of like, well, what kind of things can happen? I'm like, the kinds of quests you would do in an open world RPG, where any quest that the writer has created for you.
I ask as an outsider.
Did you play Cyberpunk?
No, not yet.
Did you play Red Dead Redemption?
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I get it though. That's the this is kind of like where I'm like I'm giving the outsider's impression of a lot of this stuff.
Even in QA, never.
Pardon me.
Even in QA, never.
Oh yeah, I've QA'd some stuff.
You played Deus Ex: Human Revolution is what you fucking played.
I've QA'd some. I've QA'd a bunch of stuff. Like not all of it top to bottom certainly, but yeah, I've had the some of the experience.
You played Deus Ex: Human Revolution. I know that for a fact.
I've QA'd a bunch of that. Yes, specifically the limited edition that came out after
Okay,
the fact.
Deus Ex Human Revolution is what is the equivalent of like Detroit in Human Revolution is equivalent to the New Atlantis area in Starfield.
Yeah. So am I wrong for asking a question about something I'm unfamiliar with? Is that a problem?
No, it's a little. I don't know how to.
Why are
I
you
don't know
like this? What do you mean? I'm asking how.
No, it's just it's slightly difficult with no common ground.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
So that's why.
due to the shittiness of video game genres, actual comparison is like the primary form of discussion.
Because I'm thinking of like, well, like I said, I gave the examples of like my Skyrim like fake thought and my Fallout kind of,
It's
like,
also like genuinely strange to encounter somebody who has never played Skyrim for 10 minutes.
fair enough.
That is weird.
But I also I don't play what I'm not really interested in, and I mean, we also have a fan base that is, fractured amongst your interests and what you guys are super into versus a bit of a gap into what I'm interested in, right? Like, there's a whole lot of carryover with like survival horror that I had no interest in whatsoever for a long time, and there's a bridge between what was established way back years ago with what you guys were into and what I'm into,
You know how in Street Fighter there's a open world RPG thing, and then you'll run to Ken, and Ken will be like, "Hey, dude, you got to get me this hat."
Okay.
And then you'll go get the hat for Ken.
Yes.
And then there will be a thing in the that stops you, and then you go back to Ken
open
and
worlds.
you give him the hat.
I've played open world games, certainly. I'm asking, I suppose, for a point, like, because the setting, right? Because the main thing the main reason why I'm not super or interested is because I don't see anything that I really want to do in the setting per se. Exploration can be fun, but I suppose I'm thinking about like where I want to explore and what I'm going to discover is what I'm curious about. So my question is more like, I understand that exploring and coming across unknown adventures is cool. The things that I described about those two games are things that I'm like, oh, it would be fun to find out about this cannibal cult or whatever the fuck was going on over here.
Oh, I'm on a countdown to cannibals in this game. There's always a fucking cannibal cult.
I don't know what about the space setting so far based on the trailers would capture my attention or draw me towards it. I know that like Mass
there's
Effect,
a bunch of weirdo snake cultists. There's a bunch of libertarians out in space.
So if I'm just describing settings, right?
Monsters,
never mind gameplay. Gameplay. If I'm just describing settings in a Mass Effect type setting, I know I'd want to go check out a planet because there's some aliens on it that I want to know how they work. And there's some dynamics about those aliens and their race and the history of them. That's fun to learn about.
So aliens in Starfield are exclusively animal life.
Okay.
There's no walking, talking spaceman.
Yeah, I didn't see anything like that in the trailers. Yeah, so I'm just kind of looking. Asking, I guess, like, I wonder if there's anything that I would find interesting about what you discover when you're out there, because it doesn't seem like it, but I don't want to judge a book by its cover.
I mean, if you don't find space like an interesting setting, then
no, space definitely is interesting. There's other games where you're traversing space, I suppose, and I think what you find in that space will make or break the.
You find Bethesda game stuff. I don't know how to explain it. Bethesda games are not that popular, but they are, like, Skyrim is probably the most popular / resold, repackaged game in the world. I feel like I'm trying to explain like baseball to you. No, and you've never seen a baseball game.
I think I get it. As I mentioned with Outer Wilds as one version of space exploration that like leads to fucking awesome mystery and puzzle to discover and piece together what's happening in that world, or the other version of space exploration, which is go meet a brand new race and talk to them and figure out their history. There's different things that are, you can pepper your space with to, I guess, draw me in. So I'm just curious about like what some examples.
Oh yeah, no, the appeal is Bethesda's game loop and wandering gameplay loop. As somebody
Okay.
in the chat clearly described it, was Bethesda games are where you wander in a random direction for 15 minutes and then something weird happens.
Okay.
And that's it for me. If you want to check out more stuff, you can go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. It's going to be Armored Core, Baldur's Gate, and Starfield this week.
Okay. Let's just take a quick word from our sponsors.
I got to take a quick break. I got to help the dog go outside. I'll be right back. Bro, I got some Doritos while I was helping the dog pee. I ran in and stole some Doritos.
Damn,
I ate
that's wild. That's gamer fuel, dude. I haven't had fucking gamer food.
Like, people mock Doritos. It's really good. It's good reason.
It's sturdy.
It
doesn't
really
change, but I have to say that, like, when my eyes were opened to the Miss Vicky's kettle.
Oh, they're good. They're
chips,
good. Oh, they're good. Miss Vicky's is good.
We're hitting another level. We're hitting another tier with that shit that you can't come back from. Like,
You know,
I used to go buy a bag of chips every Sabbath. At the end, when the sun went down, we would get we'd get a $5 from my grandma. We'd run down the street, and I'd get a drink, and I'd get a bag of chips. And we used to just grab, like, we had some choices between some Hostess bullshit and some Ruffles. And those were fine. The sour cream and onions were nice. And then Lay's entered the picture, and you're like, oh, fuck, this is a different tasting chip. The barbecue was sweet tasting instead of just burn, and that was nice. And then you kind of step it up a little bit. Pringles, too expensive. Can't spend the money on that. Get the fuck out of here. Doritos was a nice, solid, you know what you're getting. It's above a lot of the others, but it is what it is.
you know what I'm thinking of? You know what I think Doritos is to me?
Mm-hmm.
This is my Miss America speech. What does Doritos mean to you, Pat? Doritos fulfills the chip-shaped hole that shitty pizza does on the pizza side of the equation. Because, like, sometimes you're like, I would like shitty pizza right now.
Mm-hmm.
I want the shitty one, though. I want the good shitty pizza.
I get, yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. The 99-cent slice.
Doritos is the good shitty chips. Like, yeah, I could get Miss Vicky's sea salt chips, and those are, like, excellent high-quality chip. But what if I don't want that? What if I just want to gorge myself on dust?
Okay, I know that vibe. That's true. The good shitty pizza. And whenever we had to go with Grandma's choice, Mama would get us Sun Chips, and that was a whole other galaxy. But when I want to fill myself with dust, here's the thing. I realized I like Dorito for that shit quality desire, but what hits it better for me is a Ringolo. Why not just go Ringolos?
I've never had one.
Oh, you've had Ringolos. Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you definitely know.
Wooly, I have not had a Ringolo.
I mean,
hey, chat, which is stranger, that Wooly never played Skyrim or that I have never had a Ringolo?
Well, I'll tell you this. Believe it or not, I know a lot of human beings. Funny enough, most of the people I know haven't played Skyrim. Isn't that wild?
That's not true. You think that's true, but it's not. You're actually wrong.
I don't think my uncle has played Skyrim.
No. Wooly, if you include everyone you've met at Evo, no, you're actually dead wrong.
No, people that I'm saying people that I know. I'm
did you know people that you talked to and learn their name? That, guess what? You know them. They played Skyrim. Also, if there was one game that your uncle was likely to have played, it was probably Skyrim.
No, it was Call of Duty or Madden, probably. But,
that Skyrim fits right in there. Right in. You call your uncle and you ask him if he played. I bet he has played Skyrim. Unless he's dead. I don't know. Is he alive?
Anyway, I just sent you a picture of a Ringolo, and they're pretty good.
I've never had that.
They sell them at most corner stores, and they're ring chips they're tasty. They kind of have a little bit of barbecue to them, but it's a very unique light flavor to it. Humpty Dumpty Ringolo.
It is way crazier that you have not played Skyrim that I have not eaten a Ringolo. I have never even seen this. I used to work at a grocery store. What is this thing?
I mean, you can continue to have that conversation if you want. I can also...
And I will!
I can also give more details, like I have not played it by choice. I made a conscious choice every time I decided to not play it. It was not a happenstance
Well, I
thing.
didn't make a conscious choice about Ringolos. This doesn't
No.
even look like a food.
I took a look at Skyrim. In fact, I took a look at Oblivion. I took a look at all those games, as a lot of the gamers are around were into them, and I decided I don't think I was interested. That's the choice. That's it. Nope. I don't think I will.
Oh.
It's pretty tasty, is what it is. I like them, and they scratch the same itch as the Dorito thing you're describing.
Do they have the dust?
They do have the dust. They got the dust. There's also the there's like Cheetos. That's the shit that gets way in the dust. You know, the dollar
is unmanageable.
The dollar store onion. Like your mouth is gonna just like die in 48 hours if you don't rinse it out with like the hardest fucking alcohols. Like, you know, that onion dollar store taste that just never goes away.
After you've done eating that, you're like, did you eat like Chester Cheetah? Like, you look like you've fucking gorged on a creature made of dust.
Yeah.
Awful dust.
It's quite extreme. Although I will say that, like, I don't know why even to go back, but like even with Skyrim though, I do think that there's stuff in the setting that I think is like I get what's appealing there. I guess I'm looking for like what's the writing doing in Starfield that is particularly cool, you know? Sorry?
It's doing space shit. It's doing, oh no, we made a fucking mutant freak alien and it killed everyone in the base. Cool. Now you're trapped inside the base with it.
Cool.
It's here's the robot facility where the robots have gone nuts. Here's one of the earlier quests I did off camera was I investigated a fucking stolen ring report, but it was just a couple getting mad that they broke up and one of the guys wanted the engagement ring back.
Okay.
And then the quest was just going, yeah, no, it's not stolen. They broke up because we fucked around and they won't give the ring back.
Now that is an answer that I was looking for about 10 minutes ago. That works out. Yeah. I think if the way the like writers handle space is done well, then space can be the coolest shit ever. But it's got to be written in a way that's like compelling, and there's got to be cool stuff going on, you know?
I'm just sitting here looking at a list of most sold copies of games ever, and I'm looking down the list of ones that like I know you
dude. This is not a war. This is not a dunk.
No, I'm just like you're crazy and you won't admit it.
I'm insane. No problem. I'm out of my goddamn mind. I just want to know what you've encountered in Starfield that you thought was cool. That's literally all I want to do.
All right. Hey, what's up with the sponsors?
This week, the podcast is sponsored by... It's got to refresh.
Oh, that's annoying. But it'll be good when we get there.
ExpressVPN, the one-stop shop for telling everyone who is trying to spy on your shit to
get out of here. Get out of here.
Leave. Get off my property. You don't get to see. Leave me alone. Don't sell my data. Also, you can't stop me from doing what I want to do. Does it make sense that the same company who controls half of online retail also passively eavesdrops on your private conversations at home? What about the idea that a company that controls 90% of internet searches, runs your email services, gets to track all the stuff you do on your smartphone? Big tech is more powerful than most countries are, and they profit by exploiting your personal data. Time to put a layer of protection between your online activity and the tech juggernauts. And that's the point of ExpressVPN. That's why you should use it. You can get a lot of sites out there tracking your data, selling it to advertisers, doing all kinds of sketchy things and making you click on places you don't want to. But ExpressVPN is encrypting 100% of your internet data to keep you safe from hackers, from eavesdroppers on your network. It makes it harder to trace and sell your data to advertisers. It's rated #1 by CNET, Wired, TechRadar, and countless others. And the best thing about it is that it's easy to use. I can tell you
It's
that.
really easy to use. It gives you a nice little browser add-on that's super cool.
Absolutely. I was using it just this week as I was trying to check something out on the American version of YouTube, because the Canadian version of YouTube is different. And I was
It
like,
is. It's a little
"What
different.
is-" And I was like, oh, how does that work? What are we doing over here? How does this feature that I'm not allowed to see work? So I switched over. I teleported to America with one click of the button, and ExpressVPN was able to show me what that would look like. And I was like, now I know. And then I switched it right back. So it's that easy. Your privacy is one good incentive. Of course, the ability to teleport is another. So yeah, stop handing your data over to big tech and stop allowing your services to treat you like garbage just because of where you live.
Don't let them.
Visit expressvpn.com/superbeast. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast to get 3 extra months for free. You can protect yourself with the VPN I use to keep me safe online. expressvpn.com/superbeast right now to learn more. Thank you, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN. I love you.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by DoorDash, and as we know, food is good, but getting it is bad.
Listen, I went to the grocery store and I bought a big piece of brie because I like brie, but my wife won't let me eat the big piece of brie as a meal, and I'm too lazy to cook it into anything.
Well, it turns out there's a couple places around you that know what to do with a big piece of brie, and they can do it all fancy. And you know what? You can get that brought straight to you, right to the door. And you know, I bet you they can even dash it in such a way where even the wife can be, none the wiser. Maybe they can dash it to,
Maybe I could pretend it's my own cooking.
maybe. Yeah, no, it's
I don't think that would be very successful.
it's DoorDash. You're getting next level convenience. You're getting the ability to get whatever you need delivered within the hour. If you need not just food, but supplies, back to school stuff, convenience store stuff, anything you've forgotten if you're having a gathering or a quick little pickup. Not to mention, of course, they do have retail and groceries there as well. So it's all your favorite restaurants. It's all your favorite places to order from and stock up, but as well as you can get the on-the-go breakfast, lunchbox staples, and the brands that everyone loves as school is happening right around now. So, DoorDash. Shop DoorDash to get everything you need for the back-to-school season delivered right to your door. Order now for stress-free back-to-school shopping. Use the promo code CASTLE, and you'll get 50% off up to a $10 value when you spend $15 or more at convenience, grocery, or retail stores on DoorDash. That's 50% off up to a $10 value when you spend $15 or more. Promo code CASTLE. Don't forget code CASTLE for 50% off your next order. Terms apply. Thank you, DoorDash.
Love you, DoorDash.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Babbel, and Babbel, as we have touched on before, is straight up here to help you learn a new language. Languages are hard.
I don't know how to speak more than 2 languages, and I feel stupid because of that. I don't know how embarrassing it could possibly be to only speak one.
And if you're ever in an environment or around people that speak another language and you even give it a bit of a shot, everyone is like, damn, you're awesome because you tried. You really you gave it a shot, and you're putting the slightest amount in. So imagine how much more impressive it would be if you actually sounded good while you were doing it, and were doing it somewhat competently. You know, sounding like a real natural speaker.
Bonjour.
People treat you differently. They really do. So yeah, that's where Babbel comes into play, because it is the best way to start speaking a new language in just 3 weeks. Everything you are studying and learning is from real speakers. You're learning it in usage context that is real everyday context as well. It's not AI generated. It's not a computer speaking to you. You're hearing it from real people. And of course, immersing yourself in the language and the place that you're going to is the best way to learn. But Babbel is the second best way, because you can get it going in just about 3 weeks. If you've got travel plans, give it a shot. Real simple. You take a couple lessons. They've got a couple different ways you can memorize through conversation the phrases, the pronunciation, and then a couple different ways you can test yourself with like flashcard memories. There's a couple options as well that were pretty handy. And it works. Instead of paying hundreds of dollars for a private tutor or fooling yourself with language apps that are just basically games, Babbel's got a quick 10-minute lesson that's designed by over 150 language experts to help you start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks. So, you give that a shot. From taking a look at the Portuguese, I was definitely able to see that, like, yeah, if you are, if you got a little bit of time every day and you commit to it, you can definitely get yourself comfortable enough to, maybe walk around, say hello, ask for things, and even order at a restaurant or so with just as little as 3 weeks, as mentioned. So here's a special limited time deal for our listeners. You can get started right now. You can get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/superbeast. That's 55% off at babbel.com/superbeast, spelled BABBEL.com/superbeast. Rules and restrictions may apply. Thank you, Babbel.
Thanks, Babbel.
And this week, Green Chef is here to let you know that eating easy and healthy can go hand in hand.
Listen, I can't just keep eating car hot dogs.
I don't recommend it. In fact, I anti-recommend it. But if you're gonna look for the convenience of a hot dog, why not eat something that will do you well in the long run? But you got options, of course, because there are a variety of things, and just because you like a good, sausage of some kind doesn't mean you can't find it in the options they've got. If you're going keto, if you're doing paleo, if you're doing vegan, vegetarian, if you're doing gluten-free, or just balanced meals in general, Green Chef's got a range to suit your styles and preferences. And as someone who is currently in the process of rebuilding my daily foods preferences and so on, some days I know I'm going to grab a little of this. It might be a little less healthy, but I want to balance it out with good stuff. So clean eating is important, and making sure that it's around is convenient as hell is important as well, because I don't want to spend time doing that shit, because I just want to come off stream and eat something that won't destroy me. And that's where Green Chef comes in handy. So yeah, they're delivering fresh ingredients straight to your door. You've got your choices, of course, of all kinds of sustainable and certified organic fruits and vegetables, sustainably sourced seafoods, organic cage-free eggs, for example. Lots of stuff like that is amongst your choices. And these are all nutritionist-approved recipes, calorie-smart meals if you're looking for them. Just good stuff that's going to help you feel better as well if you've set your wellness goals. Don't skimp out. Stick to it. And you have the ability to get these meals prepared in 25 minutes or less. So let them deliver convenient, healthy food straight to you. You can have your dinners ready in 25 minutes or less, 10-minute lunches even, grab-and-go lunches. They've got tons of options, and they're switching them out on a regular basis, so check out what they've got for September coming up. Yeah, you can go to greenchef.com/60superbeast and use code 60superbeast to get 60% off plus free shipping. Once again, that's greenchef.com/60superbeast, and you'll be getting 60% off plus free shipping. A ridiculous amount. So just do it. Get in there.
Sorry, did you say 60%?
I mean, it's more than half. What are we doing?
That's just silly.
It's wild. That is the #1 meal kit for eating well. Get in there. Thanks, Green Chef.
Thanks, Green Chef.
Okay. So let's get into what's going on real quick. Couple of things, not the biggest number of things, but what is notable is that Volition, the developer of Saints Row, has shut down.
And Red Faction also.
Not to mention Descent and Freepsace. Bunch of old games dating back. They've been shut down by Embracer Group, so they are part of that large purchase merger that occurred. And I saw someone posting a screenshot earlier that was on the walls of inside of a Saints Row game saying "Reboot is death."
Yeah,
and it's like, oh boy, yikes.
So it looks like Embracer Group bought like 100 different companies.
Yeah,
and it seems like they wanted to increase the company's value or something for some kind of stock or whatever. And I guess that didn't work because they're probably going to just start shutting down like half the shit they bought.
Well, I think it's a large purchase of a ton of companies that will then be measured against each other for value. So you shut a few over here, you bump a few over there, yada yada. But of course, individually, that means that places like this one that
also that Saints Row reboot was fucking terrible.
Yeah, places like this one are on the short end of the stick. I don't know. I literally don't even remember anything about it. Like, I feel like I remember there was an announcement that Saints Row was coming back, and I kind of...
It was a bunch of old people trying to write Gen Z, and it was like nightmarish and cringe.
Right, and then there was I did catch wind that there was a knock-on effect because there's a massive buyout that fell through with Saudi group, was it? Okay. And then that has led to them not having the money to do the things they were planning to. So yada yada, it all leads to corp business, buyout, etc. And a major deal that falls through means there's not enough money to go around that they thought they'd have, which means we got to start closing down a bunch of the studios. That is a studio going back to the mid-90s. So bummer on that. I think.
Eagerly await the Kickstarter for Crimson Group and Jesus's Column. Got it. Nailed it. Excellent. Good joke, Pat. Move on.
I guess the question is, like, were any of the people on the new Saints Row involved with the old ones, and or was there a chance of them doing something like they did at the peak of it, or was it kind of damned? You know,
I don't know. All I know is it looked bad, and then it came out, and no one said even one good thing about it. And I watched about 15 minutes and was like, "This looks like fucking trash."
Also, let's replace what you said with Sinner's Streets.
Yeah, that's way better.
That's way sicker.
That's much better. Can we replace that? Can you? Hey, hold on. Sinner's Streets. can you just take that part and just paste it onto me doing the bad part, and so I look really good?
Okay.
But then we'll still have this conversation about replacing it, so people will be like, "Wait, what?"
We'll get it in post. We'll get it.
I'll get. You're not going to do it, are you? You're not.
No, but I am going to go back and post and put a little spoiler warning on our FF16 conversation, because I realized we did barrel into that. So I am going to do a little something. In the meantime, just random Twitter video over here from Kyler Funk. Log on to Cyberfunk Discord. They've already figured out multiplayer modding in Bomb Rush Cyberfunk.
That was fast.
Immediately. So, yeah. There's a bunch of Rudies doing some dancing and b-boying all together. So it's like fucking already there. I mean, I feel like I don't know how big Team Reptile is, but assuming they're, you know, similar size to how this team that made Lethal League and Lethal League Blaze, like, multiplayer is a massive endeavor that requires tons of money and you know, if Tekken can't figure it out. Right? So anyway, no, they've got a multiplayer mod, and I'm curious to see how this is coming along. But yeah, it's literally been like a week. That's crazy. I think it's yes, Not Night on Twitter is made it and is currently working on the development and planning to do more with it. So yo, if you want to get your gang together and just fucking dance and skate and bike and skate and do whatever, rip up the streets, do it. Lethal League was 10 people.
Did you kill cops in that game?
In Bomb Rush Cyberfunk?
Yeah.
I mean, you get them. I don't know if they're unalived, but you definitely get them. You get them good.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
You fuck them up.
Because I always think back to you guys talking about Mark Echo, and just like, someone won't let me tag this wall. I'll throw them off a fucking building and kill them.
Yeah. In this case, you kick them up and you spray them a bunch, and then they get embarrassed and run back to the precinct. You know, that's mostly what happens. Yeah, Mark Echo was, you know, getting pretty extreme with it, but at the same time, they were mostly evil cops anyway.
Yeah,
right?
Mostly, yeah.
So, you know, you were just carrying out justice. Shout out to Bomb Rush Cyberfunk.
Man, we need more games that have just like wildly disproportionate responses to the game's tone. I love that.
But that was always what was so insane about Jet Set Radio, was you're skating around in the Shibuya Terminal. The very first time you play the original Jet Set Radio, you're skating around Shibuya Terminal, you're skate, and then you tag stuff, and everyone's like going, get out of here, you, and then you're having fun, and then suddenly the cops show up, and then the big evil detective has a huge gun, and he starts shooting at you. And then
that's awesome.
And when you spray enough of them, they roll in tanks that are now opening fire in a subway station platform where innocent people were just standing like 5 minutes ago. They're blowing the city up because they don't want you to spray paint. You know? So like, yeah, that tone is exactly what Bomb Rush is going for. And they definitely as well like call out the fact that they're like, we have armed, gangsters rolling around. You know, so meet them with equivalent force, and you're holding a spray paint can, you know?
Yeah, it's great. I love that.
Did you watch the A.K.I trailer?
I did watch the A.K.I trailer, and all I could see, and somebody made a video about it, which cracked me the fuck up. When I watched that video, my brain just auto-completed to like, is that fucking Chin Getsai's fucking homogeneous crawl along the floor move?
Oh, Shin Gensai, yeah, the KOF character.
Like, is that
Yeah.
Jin's fucking floor
Kind of.
crawl from
He's-
Homogeneous?
Kind of. It's actually it is a floor stance, so it's a bit of that, and it's also a bit of Dr. Boskanovich from
Yeah.
Tekken. You know, you have
Just
the little
like super low profile hitbox. Fucking that character is gonna make people so fucking mad, dude.
if everyone that hated the Blanca slide, redirect that shit because here comes A.K.I. So yeah, we saw the original trailer revealing her little story, I guess cutscene from World Tour, and she was then shown off in the comic, and we saw that she had some of the same poison abilities, and she's obsessed with her master. So, you know, what's that going to be? And then there's actually a short story I found out about earlier that was written that straight up tells you her origin story. The cliff notes
Wait,
of it.
her master. What's her master's name again?
Fong.
Oh, you mean ferocious Asian notorious gang?
Yes, that's correct. The ferocious Asian notorious gangster was rolling through the streets in a post Street Fighter world, Street Fighter V setting.
Oh, fantastic! Not ferocious. My mistake.
And,
Fantastic Asian notorious gang.
FANG, as it were, and basically, there's a short story that more or less shows you like, oh, he's walking the streets, and then like he gets propositioned by a lady of the night, you know, and yeah, so a streetwalker comes up to him and is just like, hey, daddy, you want to get a massage, whatever, and then he like sees something in her that he's like, ooh, there's something interesting about you, and then like kind of takes her aside, and then like there's like this little scuffle, and like oh, there's gonna be a blackmail, but it's like, his poison means that like his dick don't work or whatever the fuck the story is. But Fog's poison makes him like uninterested, you know, and unaroused in general, but you know, something about the darkness behind her eyes was intriguing, and it seemed like she could be immune to the poison that like the people he trained with had, and so he takes her under his wing and does a test and all this stuff. And then he actually there's a dagger that was used in Street Fighter 4 in one of the endings that comes back into play in this case, but whatever. I'm sure all of this
She's a crazy
will be
poison
completely
lady.
relevant when she drops later this month. She does a bunch of moves that look similar to Fong's moves, but she's got a bunch that are just unique as well, and she just looks like a better version of like that concept of a poison character.
Yeah. So like Fong came out and he was the poison guy, and he had a lot of animal moves, and so as a result he decided that he would resemble the most poisonous animal of all, the bird. And had a lot of bird moves where he would poison you like a bird.
Well, you know, he would drop poison bombs on you like a bird will do, right?
Yeah.
From the cloaca.
And then A.K.I said, hey, snakes have poison.
And scorpions have poison.
Oh, whoa.
Let me do
Maybe
some
that'll
snake
be scary.
and scorpion-inspired moves. Yeah, so she's got the stabby little, like, nails. She's got the ability to poison you in the same way, and of course, once you hit her, the poison goes away. So
Yeah.
A lot of her stuff is probably going to be about, like, you know, getting you poisoned and then slinking away on the ground. Really annoying, you know? What's confusing about it, too, is when you look at it in the trailer, she actually has multiple things happening when she's on the ground. There seems to be two different moves, right? There's one move that's kind of like a slide, and then from the slide, it'll be very quick, and it'll cross you up to the other side, and it can sometimes go from like a short distance to full screen. And it's the same time you see her like go behind you, and then it'll lead into a big like backflip attack that she kind of does. And then there's a slither on the ground that's actually a slow moving stance, and from that one she can do the kick out that we saw in the trailer. She can do the kind of scorpion strike flip kick or a command grab from low. So yeah, don't get slithered up on. And then like it seems like she's got these same sort of screen denial options as well, where Fong used to put out the unblockable poison like kind of projectile. For her, she throws it out there, but she can also, instead of doing the smoke on the ground, she just puts a puddle. So if you stand in the puddle at all, you're poisoned.
Kind of like a fucking Mortal Kombat character almost. Like
with the ice on the ground.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Sub-Zero's ice floor.
There's a secondary aspect to it as well, which is if someone is poisoned and then you poison them a second time, they actually burst into a poison blossom, which juggles them up for a combo. You know, so it seems like you can
feel like that's what that mechanic actually needed.
Yeah, right. So here's some
because
slow
there was never
damage.
A point to re-poison anybody in a fucking fight in 5 if they were already poisoned.
Yeah, you kind of would essentially do setups to make it so that it was nearly unavoidable, and then you'd run away for a while, or rush them down with his Sotoja, Ryobenda, all that shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Instead, you're like, I really don't like this poison, and then, oh no, I'm not a fan of having more poison.
And Street Fighter 6 is a game that, again, it very much is like no autopilot. You have to make decisions and make hard reads, right? So it's an interesting thought to think, I can poison you and then run away and just let it do its work while you chase me. Or I can poison you and then cash out for a further damage opportunity off of the juggle that comes with it, you know? And maybe in some cases it's worth it, in some cases it's not, depending on the matchup, you know? So it's cool to have options off of the same tool. Very, very K.I. way to do it. Yeah, the level 2 drops the poison on the ground. The level 1 knocks you up into a bubble, and then level 3 is, of course, just the big cinematic. But yeah, overall, I'm also a huge fan of, like, I realize anytime a move is like a bunch of like tracking laser like things that like spiral out, I just love that effect. So she does it for her level 2. But you also see it with like when Jehuti does the big burst, or in when you do a bomb in Ikaruga, you know, like the way that everything spirals out and then hits a target. I love that look and things. So
you're gonna really like a boss in Armored Core.
Nice. Nice. It's such a cool effect, right? Yeah, so I think, you know, as Capcom has officially acknowledged at this point, no, you cannot fix her. You deserve better, as Sage-M said. Stop trying.
I don't know,
think
man.
better of yourself.
Like, we keep going back and forth, and it's like, you know, like you get in a Baldur's Gate, and you're like, oh, the first 2 women you run into in that game are like busted garbage, like just awful, horrible right away. But what if you can fix them? Like that appeal is like, it's very high. People like that.
Yeah, no, Reggie said one time, red flags need love too. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. But
I think the funniest variation is like when you're looking back with rose-tinted glasses, all the red flags just look like flags.
They just look like flags. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. You know, when you know you got to delete that number, but you don't do it, right? Nah, I think yeah, A.K.I is gonna unleash a whole new angle of degeneracy, and if they were willing to play into the foot game with Jury the way they have, play into the fucking, you know, the Marissa abs and whatever else, I don't know, Chun-Li's tights, I'm sure there's going to be more than enough going on with A.K.I as well, that they're going to lean the fuck into based on everyone's wild, insane, unhealthy thirst.
Yeah.
That second costume looks great, though. She's got a little dress that's very pretty. I want to see the color variations on it. Looks like it's going to be cool. Take your bets now on what A.K.I stands for.
Oh, my God.
Asian Killer.
I don't. No.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing.
Okay.
I have no nothing.
Intent?
No.
No. Not instinct. No. No. There's something there. There's something like something. Anyway, it's got to be lame. It can't sound kind of cool.
Yeah, no, that's my problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could say Asian killer intent.
No. Asian killer
But
ingestion.
that's cool.
Ingestion.
Oh, that's fucking so stupid.
She puts the poison in your mouth and you ingest it. There you go.
Hey, did you know that the fucking thing on their pinky is the Brazilian wandering spider's poison, and that poison gives you huge dick? Think about it. You remember Metal Gear? You remember that? You remember when Michael Bell gave you Snake a fat cock in that boss fight? You don't remember that?
I don't remember that. No.
Okay, so you know when the fear shoots you with the arrow and says Brazilian what? Yeah, that poison also gives you like a super intense erection.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So that whole fight, Snake is fighting the fear with like a rock hard dick.
Now, I know that they replaced diazepam with lorazepam.
That's in world change. It's the same drug. They just changed the name
to the generic version, right?
Yeah.
After the copyrighted.
The same fucking drug.
Okay. Well,
I've taken the razepam. It's chill. It's fine. Made me very good at sniping.
Well, he did confirm that he wanted his hog squeezed. So
that's true.
All right. A.K.I looks cool. I'll tell you.
God.
What's up?
Did you see that Spider-Man fucking ad for the collector's edition?
I didn't click on it, but the context clues imply that somewhere Sony is advertising that you need to prepare yourself for 19 inches of Venom.
Quote, treat yourself to 19 inches of Venom and more with Marvel Spider-Man 2 collector's edition. Like, they mean the statue.
I mean, like, the human body literally cannot.
That's not true, and you know it.
Mr. Hands.
Yeah. I mean, he died, but he didn't die the other times. We know about him because he died, but if he hadn't died, he'd still be doing it until he died.
Well, he went out asking if the horse got off, you know? So selfless to the end.
No, that
Mm-hmm.
That's no, that's not.
Oh. Okay. You see, you don't get to approach the wall, and then when I push it over, you don't go. I don't like what's behind that wall. I'm leaving. Well, then why did you?
That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm like, I disagree.
Oh,
that being a selfless act.
I see. Right.
I think that's actually just
no
an even more selfish act.
Yes. Well, I mean, if you zoom out,
I can't die without this horse cum. Please don't let me die.
I mean, look, in the context of animal abuse, you know. Anyways, hey.
I think the animal was the one doing the abusing on that one.
Okay, can we just back up a little bit and go back to the segue?
Don't want? Oh, now we're too close to the wall?
I had a segue that I was gonna use, but then we had to stop off at Mr. Hands. So now everyone who's a brand new listener who hasn't been around needs to learn about the dude who got fucked to death by a horse with a penis that was probably at least 19 inches or so. I don't know the length, of course, but if we're talking about Venom being 19 inches and this guy was able to, you know, then...
Yeah, but Venom's got all that symbiote pulsing shit. I bet that's way safer. I didn't need to do the hand thing. Why did I... Oh. Like, that didn't need... a visual. All right.
You know? All right. Okay. All right. Like you know how Venom kind of comes around and then there's the mouth and it like
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
it
yeah.
changes the mouth to look like the symbiote.
Yeah, that means it can fit anything.
Does that apply universally
Yeah.
anywhere on the body? Can you
Yeah,
just
probably.
okay, what are the logistics? No, no. You know what? What if we don't move on?
Yeah,
What
no,
what if
I'm
we
just
sat
kinda,
here
I'm
in it?
staring ahead.
What if we sat here in it and tried to discuss and figure out exactly what 19 of inches of Venom
Do
might
you
be
think
like?
that do you think that Venom would be able to help people out with the egg retrieval part of in vitro fertilization by just like reaching on in there and just like grabbing it with his little venom hand coming off of, like the dick?
Well, he is a lethal protector.
What does that mean? How does that
Venom.
fit at all?
Venom, lethal protector, after all. You know? So, who's to say what he's protecting you from, right? It's contextual. I would prefer 19 inches of Venom to 19 inches of Carnage, I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, I think everybody would, except for the people that disagree and they're freaks. Don't talk
You
to them.
know? Do you want, what if you had to deal with 19 inches of Phage?
Okay, well
Mm-hmm.
we've gone outside the bounds of what I even know we're talking about.
Oh, we're hitting symbiotes, baby. We're talking.
No, I don't. I mean, I literally, is that a symbiote?
Separation anxiety.
I don't fucking know.
Okay, well, that's fine.
If it's not in that Spider-Man cartoon show, I don't fucking know nothing about that.
Well, fortunately for you, I don't need you to know. I just need you to sit there and take it while I write down the title of the episode.
All right, that's fine. Yeah. Say Phage? Like
Phage. Mm-hmm.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, dude. I mean, there are. When it comes
There's
to
a lot now.
When it comes to, like, you know how the Clone Saga was full of bullshit.
I see. I don't know anything about the Clone Saga other than it was full of bullshit.
Okay, well, when you get into the B tier symbiotes, fucking Riot and Lasher, Agony. I mean,
Dude, that just looks just like Carnage.
Mm-hmm. But nah, they're different though.
It's different.
Nah, it's different.
That looks exactly the same as Carnage.
No. Shut up. It's different.
Okay.
Remember that time? Remember that time that
No.
Remember that time that Marvel came up with a villain for Spider-Man that was like really cool because it used to be the suit he was wearing, except it was on a different character, and now it's like anti-Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's correct.
What if we kept doing that?
How many times can you do that?
Well, we did it again, and we got Carnage, and that was pretty cool because that was the wild one.
But that's not what happened. So that was Venom's baby.
Yeah, but then what if we just kept doing it?
So wait, is Phage from is Carnage's baby or like?
You know what? I'm not gonna answer that because I don't fucking know.
You just said they just did it again. So how do they do it?
They were all the fucking rejects came from somewhere. I don't know where they came from. Venom, maybe? I don't know. Who cares? They suck.
Phage, Venom, where?
I remember there was an issue of Pregnant Venom where it was pretty good. There was a Pregnant Venom issue that was pretty good that I liked because the symbiote was like, we need Peter Parker because he had the best adrenaline, and we need your adrenaline to allow our babies to exist. And Peter's like, get the fuck away from me. And I was like, damn, that angry suit is preggers and real mad.
Oh, okay, so yeah, no, Phage is one of Venom's forcible babies that the Life Foundation stole from Venom's symbiote balls after they were afraid of the mutual assured destruction fallout of the Cold War. So
It's good.
that is a character locked deep into a very specific time.
Please look forward to Phage, Lasher, and the rest of the symbiotes appearing soon in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Community Edition.
This is a good segue. That was a good one.
Thank you.
Dude, these fucking extra symbiotes look like shit, dude.
Oh,
wow.
I've been trying to tell you. There's some dark times that you move right past them, but they are doing it. They're fucking doing it, man. And it's the one thing I wanted when I first heard about the fact that you could mod Marvel. They Max put out the bounty to ask to get more slots, and that was brilliant because that's what you need to make the container that you can play this game in, and that was figured out. And I'm looking at that, and when I first saw like, oh, you can mod characters, you can do original things, and you can find a way to get them to load into the game with the rest of the cast here. Can we pull a Project M and get the best, most balanced together, group organized, modded characters and make a version of this game that is a full package? And fuck yeah, they're doing it, because when we did a modded Marvel stream a while ago, and I had to piece it together individually, grabbing.
That's a whole massive fucking pain in the ass. That's too much. Don't do that.
It took a lot. It took a lot of work, but I did. Once I figured it out, I got Rashid in there and like Monster Hunter, as I mentioned, and they brought Monster Hunter and Thanos back from Infinite. Accurate Virgil. Just some really cool things as well. Bison, Cyclops is super accurate as well. And now they're putting it all together in a community edition that features 50 new characters, according to the trailer. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the trailer shows it's like 50 new ones and shows like Ultron and fucking Osser and shit. But then it only actually goes into detail about like 4 or 5, and I'm like.
At Evo, at Evo, I got to get a sneak peek for the trailer that for the footage that some of what was shown. But Nero from fucking DMC5, like, absolutely looking brilliant, and it's the #1 character I wanted in Marvel, and he's doing it. He's switching off the arms. He's got the snatch. He's revving. He's fucking X-acting. Nero is shown off right now, and you can see a couple of combos with him. You can see Gene from God Hand, as we brought up a couple months ago as well. That project has continued, so he's got all the clips. He's talking shit.
If there's another Devil May Cry game, if there's another Marvel, like the ability to make a team of Nero, Virgil, Dante is so mandatory.
Team Devil May Cry, not Zero May Cry, not Trish May Cry, Devil May Cry. Done. Right?
Like it's mandatory.
It's there. Like you can get Ken, Ryu, and Akuma on the same team. You know what I mean? Like same energy here. It's so fucking cool.
They just need to stop caring about balance and just put as many characters as the junior designers can fit.
So that was the energy that Marvel 2 was made with. Like, literally,
one of the greatest games of all time, lasted for 45 years.
We put all these characters in other games, just Mugen them into one, and don't check twice to see if they work.
Yeah, that was a smart.
So 50 characters are going to be dropping here. They also showed off The Thing, as in Fantastic Four, Ben Grimm, and he seems to have some moves that apparently are referencing his Mugen version as well, so that's dope.
That is zany.
Right? There's, a bunch of stuff being teased. Iceman, of course, some classics from almost all the Infinite characters from Marvel Infinite coming backwards.
That's like free.
Right, including variations to like characters who got changed as well, so that they have their Infinite versions if you want to do that. Dan, of course, is in the fucking game. Iceman, Cyclops, we saw a little bit of as well. Classic Dante, and classic Virgil, I mentioned before. And where was it? I know that as like when I was playing as well with some of the characters, Urian was one of the characters that you could play as. Hyper Urian is kind of nuts with the Aegis Reflector combos and shit. But yeah, those are what they're showing off. Those are what they're teasing, and then they're saying they got 50 more, as well as new stages. Apparently, we saw a little hint of Captain Commando.
50 more is so many more.
And that is what's awesome, is that this is a collaborative effort by a bunch of people that are getting together and coordinating. And I like the idea that, like, you know, however they balance these characters, they can, like, make changes and then put out another collective version together.
I think,
you know,
I think there's something. So first of all, it's really cool that when you look at the trailer or the credits, it's like character and then the person who made that version of the character. I think that's super rad.
Yeah.
The second thing is, as I'm watching this trailer again and just being like really impressed at the amount of work, and like I'm watching like Nero and I'm watching Thing, and I think that there's something really incredible that this community version is bringing back to Marvel that Marvel has been missing since Marvel 2, which is, look at all these characters. They're all smashed together. Oh my god, that's so many of them. They all look like they were made with wildly varying levels of visual quality. Many of them don't fit next to each other at all. And that's great. They're unique. They're unique looking.
Well, when you have lots of people collaborating together, you're going to notice the difference between how they're handled, right? I will say that
Nero looks fucking great.
Incredible.
Nero looks like the closest to the in-game models.
So I really, really hope, too, that, like, there's a couple things with this. One, as long as they, like, you don't get lost in the sauce and just go, now we're putting Goku in it. Right?
No, you should.
Like, I think
you should put Goku.
So Soul Bad Guy is already kind of there, hidden inside of an install with She-Hulk. Red She-Hulk can become Soul Bad Guy, right? I'm like, let's have a bunch of wild ass Marvel and Capcom picks as we go down that list, because when you grab everyone you've ever wanted from Marvel and Capcom, you're probably going to have another 20 remaining after you've gotten all the best ones out.
You know what? I have a solution. Have Gene have an alternate costume in which he's wearing Goku's clothes. Not his hair, but like Gene decided to cosplay as Goku.
Then, of course, the other thing I think we're going to run into is, here come all your favorites, a bunch of custom characters. 80% of them are going to be Capcom characters that needed to be there. Like, you know, there will be 4 amazing Capcom picks for every one Marvel pick, probably. I don't know, but, like, we'll have to see, you know? But there's a lot of shoe-ins that we want, and I mean, think,
even in the trailer that they put out, the first trailer, 3 of the 4 characters are Capcom characters.
Yeah, you know, like we've already hit MODOK, and we've already hit, you know, we've got Shuma Gorath and all the, you know, all the wild ones. So, you know, it's not too long before we're you're gonna get all the obvious ones. You're gonna get your Luke Cage. You're gonna get your Daredevil. You know, the picks that needed to be there up front. And then you're going to get all the characters you're going to get all the Guardians, you know what I mean? Like, they're all the obvious ones, I'm sure. But you might hit a point where you're like, Bishop?
You know, well, like,
you know?
I don't care how many times we have to say it. I'm going to reiterate something that you said like 8 years ago. Capcom is the only company that could do a Smash Brothers with just their own characters. And I'm thinking about it. There are so many goddamn good characters from Capcom that could fit into a fight. Like,
it's insane.
Probably more than Smash.
It's insane. And it's like the Capcom Fighting All-Stars, the Capcom versus Capcom, the hypothetical, like, it's not just how big of their roster is, it's how many of them are great. How many of them are awesome picks that would be a fantastic, like, fit, you know? If you look at something like Captain Commando from where it came from to what he became, you're like, you just do that to every one of those old CPS1, CPS2 games. That's a fuck ton of characters right there.
I think somebody in the chat just said, I could give you 50 characters for Capcom versus Capcom off the top of my head.
Right? I mean, honestly, all the strikers in Marvel 1 that were never fully playable could instantly...
You could probably do a roster of 100 with just characters that have already been in Marvel versus Capcom games.
I mean, if you're not going to just grab... Like, here's the thing, right? Easy mode, every Street Fighter, Darkstalker... And,
that's cheating!
Right? Easy mode.
Come on.
Every Street Fighter and Darkstalker is easy mode, right? Furthermore, like, you know, also easy is grabbing every Warzard, right? Grabbing every, like, fighting game existing roster that's already there.
You 6 Resident Evil characters right now.
That's my point, right? That's not the most fun way to go. Yes, you can grab the fucking you can grab Pyron and throw him in there. But how much funner is it to come up with a playstyle for Edgeworth, right? And put that together.
Not Phoenix, right?
It's not Phoenix's playstyle. He's Edgeworth's style. How do you put a prosecution style, you know, into play with a similar but different to Phoenix system going? I mean, that's the real fun. How do you get Ghost Trick in there? How do you come up with
Edgeworth would be about changing the opponent's moves. He would update the autopsy report, and that would change the other fighters' moves.
Man, you know, like, how do you get in, like, not just fucking, I mean, obviously you can get Regina, but you got to get her in there with a bunch of dinosaurs jumping in from all angles of the screen.
Jill from MVC2.
Fighting off dinosaurs while she fights you, you know? There's so many great places they could go and have a ton of fun with it. So yeah, it's
and
free.
Then you could do all that and still not put a Breath of Fire character in.
They'd grab is it Ryu from 3? Or so I think.
I think his name's Ray. No, yeah, it's Ryu. Yeah, it's Ryu. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's a dragon. Do you get it?
Yeah, the Unknown Soldier and I mean, look, Teppen has even incorporated a bunch of random fucking Capcom classics here and there. You go down that list of Teppen cards and they're all waiting for you. A million Mega Man characters to pick from that are great. You know?
I feel like Mega Man more than anything else has to have like a really hard limit because there's like 4,000 Mega Man characters.
No, you got to get what matters. You got to get the good ones in there. You know, like the representatives of each of the eras. I think you're good to go. But yeah, that's it. Like, the funnest picks are the ones that are not from fighting games being put into that system, you know? Anyway, Capcom.
I think it says a lot. This game is going to have 50 extra characters, and there will still be like hundreds that there will be people that, this list is terrible. It doesn't include fucking whoever, right? So like, fucking so and so from whatever the fuck.
Sure, someone will be asking for
right.
Yeah, someone will be asking for Uatu the Watcher to show up, and at the same time, yeah, you can get Maximo in there. Absolutely. Fuck yeah. Anyways, I look forward to the creative team working on this and figuring it out, and I look forward to all of the creators figuring out and, of course, developing a consensus on how the balance should work.
Yeah. Ooh, exciting.
They could even create a backroom Illuminati of sorts to determine how the rules should go, so that everybody can come together and vote on what characters should get buffed and nerfed collectively.
You know what they should do? Not do that.
Well,
They should just be like, upload your character as is, and no one will check it.
are you aware of the melee backroom?
I'm not aware.
Back in the days, Smash Brothers, when they came up with the community with the tournament rule set, they had the back room of like the Illuminati members of the Smash community that all would get together of like the best players and TOs and whatever, and the Sele Dominoes would decide what stages were legal, what stages were banned, what characters, and so on and so forth. And Project M, I believe, came out of a number of members as well having a similar kind of like consensus group for balancing and such, and it led to apparently just the most insane flame wars because people can yell at Capcom or SNK or Harada when they want their character to get balanced or not nerfed. But when the guy who's nerfing your character is right there in the forum and I can look at you and go, fucking don't do it, it gets way more toxic.
I think I am done describing a bunch of guys that look like me sweating in a hotel room arguing about video game balance as the Illuminati. I think that is fucking the most absurd shit that I have just heard over and over and over and over. It's so fucking ostentatious and pretentious and ridiculous. Hand me the Doritos, fellow Illuminati member. I think that Steve should be banned from Minecraft. Who says I? Like, come on. It's fucking ridiculous.
Now, to be fair, the people behind those Sele Dominoes were probably pretty gross and Cheetos dust infused as well.
Oh, those guys? They were all in, like, hospice care in, like, fucking tube heaven or whatever, but
yeah, now on the one hand, absolutely, but then the results of those decisions are like gonna ring out so that somebody's crack at a fucking multi-$1,000 pot in a bracket might get affected because they said poo-poo to the stage counter pick that's now a yellow stage instead of a red one.
Seeing fucking the Cannon brothers sitting on a fucking throne with their wine glasses. Yes, we make all the decisions.
I mean,
like, come on.
When I was TOing for Montreal and stuff, there was a like meeting of TOs together at Evo to discuss like the local events that tied in Evo points and stuff together. But I mean, it wasn't going to be deciding the balance changes, because the collective front needs to be ready for like, we have nerfed X and then the waves of and then you have to, and then they might see you in the streets or at the next bracket and they might run up on you. And then what? Damn, you nerfed Ness into the dirt. Time to get your fucking kneecaps busted, bro. See you at the locals.
You see that ring on his pinky? That means he killed someone in order to make balance changes in M+.
See you at the locals, baby. Shit. Yep. So, how quickly we're excited for Edgeworth, only to find out that Edgeworth has been nerfed into the dirt, right? Or Nero is now garbage tier. And now what? What am I supposed to do? Accept that? Fuck you. I see your Twitter. Time to fucking brigade and kick up a stink.
You know what somebody should do, right?
Start gang stalking.
Somebody should go in and fucking just be like, I recorded the entire argument over my character's nerf. Here are the bad actors who wanted this character to be bad. They said that it was too strong, but their character is actually even stronger. And just get all filthy smear shit. Oh yeah.
I mean, look, dude, I have firsthand accounts of.
I can tell by the tone in your voice what you're about to say is awful.
No, it's just an insight into the mentality. I have firsthand accounts of like devs who work on fighting game devs who like would go to Evo and stuff, and sometimes you are like, you know, off doing their own thing and chilling, and sometimes they'd hang out with certain communities and be like, oh yeah, let's go to this room and get some games and mess around and whatnot. And whenever there was a chance for like a dev to like intermingle and face off against a top player or so, and if the top player beats the dev, sometimes that might result in them being like, if you're making the game and I can beat you, that means I know better than you, and that means that here's why your decision making is shit. And the fact that you can't even beat me means I'm the one that understands the game better, and I'm the one that should be listened to. And
You know what's fun about that is that is wrong, but it's also intuitive. It's not actually correct, but it does make sense.
they're coming from
If you know everything and you're in decision, then shouldn't you just be such an expert that you can just win every time?
right, right. In theory, Sakurai should win every tournament of Smash Brothers, no matter what, at all times. You know, yeah, yeah. Um, can Yoshi P crush everything better than every world record, better than anyone else?
Actually, he's actually like incredible.
But not just incredible. He's
like 98th percentile. Like he's absolutely fantastic.
Because anyone
And
who is
part
better,
of the reason for that might be because Black Mage never gets nerfed ever.
I see.
Black Mage is always the class that every time it comes around, it's like, hey, wow, I'm really happy with all of these changes. Somebody who plays Black Mage really had. Oh, right, it's the director.
Because I was talking to a friend of mine, shout out to Michael Mupola, the artist, wrestler, and cosplayer and Tekken player, who cool guy from New Zealand, and he was telling me about how like he got a couple of games of Tekken in with Harada, and like he was playing because he plays King, and like there was a couple times where like they're like establishing strength, messing around, hitting buttons, and then he noticed Harada liked going for lows, so then he just was like, get that shit out of here, son, and just low parried him like multiple times and fucking bodied him. I was like, oh no, you low parried Harada. It was great. And he was like, and Harada was just like, oh, Suyoi, strong.
I'm thinking back a long time. I want to say it's E3 2012, where Matt and I went down to the dive kick booth, and Dave Lang was there, and we got to hang out and talk with Dave Lang for a while. And I played some matches with Dave Lang, and I beat fucking Dave into the dirt at dive kick. And I looked over at him, and I was being genuine. I'm like, okay, man, I know how to play. Like, you don't have to take it easy on me because you want like dive kick to get like a good impression. And he looked back at me and was like, I'm doing my best, man. Like, I'm not faking being bad. I'm old.
Dude, producers are not devs, and devs are not the QA team. Okay? You know, they don't get, when they have to put out video footage to show off combos and trailers and things to establish what characters can do, they don't call out the producers. They call out QA. So, right now, the people who are showing off and doing wild shit in Project L were the fucking, you know, Nerd Joshes, Yohosis, and Marlin Pies of the world, right? Like, not whatever Riot executive you can think of, you know? So, anyways, all right, let's wrap it up.
All right, here's one good email. If you want to send in one good email, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Also, I mean, we'll see more when the story develops, but there might be a SAG-AFTRA video game strike. We'll find out.
That'd be hilarious. Do it!
10 big companies all listed.
I'm like, oh man, what if I cover one of those games that's stricken? And then I looked at the list of companies and I'm like, fucking strike away. It will affect no one.
Right. Let's take one coming in from Chemo Force. Says, Dear Wooly One and Pat One, what is the craziest thing you've seen your parents do that you're willing to call out? My mom actually spends her evenings streaming one movie to two TV shows at the same time, all in 4K. When one buffers, she switches apps. For reference, I'm from Egypt, where our maximum internet speed is 30 megabits per second, and we have a bandwidth data cap of 140 gigs per month. If that wasn't enough, she scrolls through Facebook on the side. It's so bad that my browser just gives up even loading Google. As for my dad, he eats his takeout sushi with a fork and is microwaved.
I was like, fork's not that crazy, and then I'm like,
Wow.
So mine is a little more subtle, but I need you to understand that this is like once a week for my whole life when I was living at home. My dad likes to make himself like eggs and bacon and toast on like Saturday mornings, right? Like the most normal fucking thing in the world. Except he fries his eggs too hot and he refuses to wear a shirt. So he is constantly being peppered and burned by spitting eggs for like 10 minutes. And like he won't change anything about this process. Like my whole life, like, dad woke up and he's tired and he's got no shirt on. He's gonna make some eggs. And he's like, I'm like, Dad, put a shirt. He's like, no, it's fine. It's fine. And or like turn down the fucking, like, it's too hot. It's like, no, I want it now. And like just absolutely refuses to change any part of that situation to not end up with like oil burns on his chest.
That's pretty fucked.
But he'd wear his glasses, even though he doesn't need his glasses, because sometimes the oil would hit his glasses, and he'd be like, good thing I'm wearing my glasses, or that would have really hurt.
I do know that I have, like I said, my roommate back in the day that his dad worked as a cook. He was fucking doing, he was whatchamacallit, when you're fusing metal,
Welding.
He was welding a fence and the sparks were just hitting up his body, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? Arms just getting lit up, and it's like, oh yeah, he cooks with hot oil every day. He feels nothing.
It's all gone.
Yeah. Damn, do I even want to say this one?
Nah, you're good. Nah, don't worry about that too much.
Yeah, tap out.
You want to move on to a different email?
Okay. I think I'll tap out. All right. It's probably fine. But it's just, again, we're just talking weird behavior, right? Just
weird behavior. Yeah, crazy thing.
I mean, all in good fun, right? Keeping with the spirit of the fact that this is a comedic podcast in nature, I suppose.
Oh, I bet this is going to be hilarious.
No, it's I've known for a long time, and it feels like people have different textures that they're a fan of. Oh boy. Okay. Well, look, I love you, Mom. The people are fans of different textures. Some people like, crunchy things, soft things, etc. My mom has always been a fan of things with like chalky textures to them, like powdery foods or a good things that she likes.
It's not my thing, but I get it.
Yeah, there's like the little Popeye candy sticks, they're kind of powdery, and
I fucking love those things.
They're right. And then like anything that has that kind of energy to it. And I also know it's kind of why she likes Milk of Magnesia, for example, which is also extremely powdery, and I hate it. It's awful and gross, but she's down. I mean, I know that she's been like, she said before, she's like, you ever just like feel like you want to just like taste like something really chalky? And I was like, no, I don't understand that at all, actually. It's like, oh, okay, well, it's like, all right. Might have seen. Might have seen.
Oh, it's too late now. It's too late. It's too late.
Might have found a piece of chalk with
Yeah, knew it.
an indentation in it.
Yeah, man. Dude, Pika rules. Like a couple weeks ago, I described like eating pencils. Like I wouldn't swallow, but like yeah, you gotta chew a bunch of wood and plastic.
I just don't know where or what. But look, hey, you all have your shit, okay? And I'm sure they have their every one of you.
It's not bad for you.
I'm sure it can't be good for you.
All right, hold on. Is it okay to eat chalk? That was a weird autocomplete. It started to autocomplete. Is it okay to eat chalk while pregnant?
Where
Chalk
does this come from?
Where chalk is minimally toxic,
Like
not
what?
poisonous in small amounts, and may not hurt you, it is never a good idea. It can
But, like,
disrupt your
why?
digestive systems.
But if it's the powdery part, there's so many edible powders that we consume. You know?
Wooly, listen, as somebody who probably has a minor case of pica and likes to eat things that aren't real food just to chew on them.
What is this? What is pica? What is?
Oh, pica is the desire to eat food that's not food.
Okay. All right.
People that chew on things that chalk, wood, plastic, rubber, not food.
I see.
So people like, you know,
yeah.
Sure. Some people eat hair. That's bad. That one's really bad.
No good.
Actually.
Don't do that. Don't do that. No.
Because it can fuck your stomach up really bad.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, I just
forbidden candy. But yeah, as somebody who has eaten things that shouldn't have been eaten, sometimes you just have a really intense compulsion to chew on your plastic straw like crazy.
I don't know. I don't know. I do know that there's the you'd think you'd stock up on some Popeye sticks and call it a day, but you know.
What if
Anyways,
you just don't have that around? Or maybe it's just different.
Look, man, I don't know. And I still don't, and that's what it is, and there you go. All right? So it's out there now. All right? Bam.
You should eat some chalk. Then you'll know. Then you'll know. I'll eat some chalk right now. I don't have any, but I would. I'd do it.
I feel kind of bad, but it's fine.
I remember once Paige got upset because cat hair got on her food, and I was like, check this out. And I pulled a piece of hair off the cat and ate it, and she almost threw up on the floor. That's on camera. There's a stream. I forget when that was, but that did happen.
For real? Dude. You didn't fake it?
Fuck no.
Does the feeling of hair at the back of your throat
it was shit. It was horrible. It was terrible.
Gag?
I didn't like it.
Okay.
No, it was very bad. It was really bad idea.
Okay. Thank you for crawling underneath the bus and making room so that I can safely remove my...
If you have a cat or a dog, you're eating cat and dog hair all the time.
I appreciate you making room for me to escort my mother from under the bus so that you may now take her place. That's a very generous gesture. That's fucking wild, bro. What is wrong with you? Oh my god.
Is there a strange nexus of confusion between the Pat of last week who can't let food touch and the Pat of this week who'll eat chalk and pencils and cat hair no problem?
If you have to ask.
As long as the pencil doesn't touch the chalk, it's fine.